Good evening and welcome to the December 5th, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education. NUSD has opened its boardroom for in-person meeting and will follow the state's and Alameda County safety guidelines for public gathering. Please refrain from attending in-person meeting if you have any COVID-related symptoms. To observe the Board of Education meeting, members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 26, or in person at NUSD Boardroom. Spanish translation is available via Zoom. In regards to public comment, the public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaking card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with Ms. Gutierrez, our executive assistant. With that, roll call, please.
Member Zhang?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Vice President Grindal?
Here.
President Nguyen?
Here.
All present?
Thank you. I call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. Okay. On to approval of the agenda. Are there any items that we need to pull, or may I get a motion to approve the agenda as is?
Move to approval.
Thank you, Member Zhang.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grindal. Please vote via board docs. Thank you.
4 yeas.
Thank you. On to closed session. In closed session, are there any public comments in closed session items? Okay, there are none. In closed session, we will be discussing item 3.2, public employee discipline dismissal release, item 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, NTA and CSEA, item 3.4, conference with labor negotiators, NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management, item 3.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We will now recess to closed session. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to our December 5th, 2022 regular board meeting. Thank you for coming and being here. We just came back from closed session, and we do have one item to report out. Item 3.5, in closed session, item 3.5 with legal counsel anticipated litigation. In closed session, the board considered the claim of, I'm sorry, can't, Rugle, sorry, Rogelio and Jenny Rodriguez, claim number 611815, and decided to accept the claim by vote of 4-0 in the amount of $2,189.26. Thank you. Okay, on to our Pledge of Allegiance. Would one of our students here in the audience tonight would like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Javen, you have been appointed to lead. Please stand. Thank you, Javen. Please.
Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, on to student report, item 6.1. Are there students from the junior high tonight?
Yes, we have Ms. Daphne Fong.
Come on up. Welcome, Daphne.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. My name is Daphne Fong, and I am the 8th grade class secretary. And this past month, we've been raising awareness for Universal Human Rights Month by putting up posters around the school. We also have been doing a canned food drive to help donate food cans to the people in need. And our school's newspaper club has also been publishing articles for students to read. And lastly, our web program is also hosting a winter event next Friday for participating leaders and mentees for them to meet up before winter break starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Do we have a student representative from Bridgepoint? Okay. We'll go with our student board member, Diego Torres.
Good evening, Superintendent Triplett, board members, executive, cabinet members, and community. Here's what's been happening at Newark Memorial High School recently. We had some excellent outcomes in athletics. The Newark Memorial boys cross country team finished 15th place in the state at the California State Championship. The Cougars saved their best performance for the last, avenging 2 early season losses to section rival Maria Carrillo, and held their own against the best teams in California. Varsity girls cross country team placed 5th in a tightly contested NCS championships at Hayward High School, falling short of state meet qualification by 12 points. It was an excellent season for the MVAL champion Lady Cougars, who improved on their 11th place finish in the NCS from a year ago. Our football team sadly lost to Marin Catholic in their first round of playoffs, but at that playoff game, the football team was nominated for a sportsmanship award for their wonderful behavior on and off the field. With the fall sports ending, the winter sports have begun. Soccer, wrestling, and basketball have all started competing. I would like to give a big congratulations to one of the football coaches, Coach Tubbs, who was honored at the Niners game last Sunday as he was awarded the 49ers Cal High Sports Coach of the Week. Athletics had a successful pasta feed last month. Thanks to community donors, this was the first time that the community was able to spend this night together since 2019. The Booster volunteers and student athletes did an amazing job feeding the 250 people who bought tickets to support NMHS athletics. Athletics also gave out Thanksgiving meals last week to 25 families to give back to the community. To prepare for the holidays, the high school has been planning and executing multiple events. Last Saturday, the high school had a holiday market. There were over 30 vendors who came to sell their products to the community. Blankets, jackets, honey, desserts, and so much more were sold at this event. It was a great way to get local vendors and especially students, families, businesses to sell their products. Another thing we do as a school for the holidays is adopt roughly 30 families. For those of you who don't know, Adopt a Family is an event where clubs, sports, and programs on campus buy gifts for these 30 families to make sure that they have presents for the holiday. The school will also gather toys from the community that will be given to those in need in the Newark Unified School District community. This week is currently Spirit Week. This Spirit Week is a competition with the 5 Fremont schools on who can get more students dressed up and which school can raise more money for the coin drive. Another upcoming event is the 2022 Band and Choir Concert. The concert will take place at the NMHS Theater on December 9th, starting at 7 p.m. It is $10 for adults and $5 for students. All the proceeds will go back to the music department. Also happening this month, a program called Lean Crew has been preparing leadership lessons that they will present to the 9th graders. They have decided to focus on the topic of making decisions and building relationships. Lastly, the administration has decided to start its very important Cougar Award. This award is given to students who have demonstrated pride on campus. This month, those awarded as being very important Cougars will be awarded with an event. Sadly, I can't reveal what the event will be or else I will ruin the surprise. Last week, there were 2 tardy sweeps. The administration wants students to understand the importance of going to class on time. I would like to end my report by giving a big thanks to the counseling department that has been busy in helping students apply to college by reviewing students' applications, revising students' essays, and answering any questions. That is all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Board Member Torres. Coach Tubb, are you here tonight? Please come up. Congratulations on your winning season. And congratulations to the team on the hard work and dedication to your sport and your commitment to the students, to the student athletes. So thank you so much. On to item 7. Yes? Oh, sorry, we have one more student report.
Good evening, Superintendent Triplett, board members, and county members. I'm Alexis Blanco-Bear. I'm a Bridgeport junior, but I hope to graduate this June. Bridgeport now has a new student wellness lounge. We had a ribbon cutting last week. Thank you to Miss Abby Curran for attending. This week, Bridgeport is hosting a canned food drive. The winning class will be treated to lunch by the main office team. Bridgeport Leadership will be hosting a holiday dress-up days. Best of luck to all the Coyotes Panthers to finish the trimester, semester, and quarter strong. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you. Okay, on to our item 7.1, staff spotlight. Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, Member Nguyen, or President Nguyen. Ms. Gutierrez, if we could put up the slide deck. So good evening to the board, students, families, staff, and executive cabinet. This, we wanted to, in addition to Coach Tubbs, we wanted to spotlight a number of staff this session that are doing outstanding work. And we wanted to start with Ms. Sylvia Cobian. So Sylvia is the school community liaison. She works in people services. She has been doing an amazing job supporting families and students with positive attendance, making sure students are getting to school on time and attending so that they can learn, and communicating with families if there's any issues or challenges. And she's also made herself available for all incoming families who are wishing to enroll in our system. So she sits down, takes the time, welcomes them with that smile, takes the time to help them fill out all the necessary forms, which can also often be really confusing, and is just a great welcome to our district. So please join me in appreciating Ms. Cobian. Next, we wanted to appreciate and spotlight a teacher, Miss Michelle Leipelt. She's a transitional kindergarten teacher at Birch Grove Primary. Is there any students in the audience? I won't have you say anything, don't worry. Any students in the audience who have had her as a teacher? Raise your hands. Nope, okay. Or embarrassed to say. So Ms. Leipelt is an amazing teacher. She brings such love and care for our transitional kindergartens. She inspires a joy in books and reading at the transitional kindergarten age. And she is such an amazing introduction for our young people to what it means to be a student and a scholar. So please join me in appreciating Ms. Leipelt. And last but certainly not least, from our NUMA group, we wanted to appreciate Ms. Abby Cairns, who the board sees Ms. Cairns occasionally when she presents here at the board for different projects. Ms. Cairns is the Director of Special Projects, which is a very an umbrella type of title. That means she handles a whole bunch of different things. But she has been instrumental, particularly in the last 2 years, to find us grants and additional funding for a whole bunch of different projects. She does an amazing job and has dramatically increased the amount of funding that we have been able to get for our students in schools. And if you've ever been in a room with her, you hear her wonderful loud laugh and just the joy and the fun that she brings to all of the work. So please join me in appreciating Ms. Cairns. And those are our spotlights for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Okay, on to our next item, 7.2 School Spotlight, Schilling Elementary. Dr. Triplett.
All right, thank you, President Nguyen. So I'm delighted to ask if our wonderful principal of Schilling, Ms. Elba Herrera, can come up to the podium. She's going to be presenting about Schilling. There is some really fun and exciting things happening at Schilling, and we're really delighted that Ms. Herrera is there. As you all will recall, Ms. Herrera has been a teacher at Schilling for 29 years? Did I remember?
25.
25, all right, I was pretty close. And then has become the principal there and has just been doing an outstanding job. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Herrera.
Thank you. Good evening, President, Board Member Nguyen, Superintendent Dr. Triplett, Executive Cabinet members, Board of Trustees, and community partners. It is my pleasure to be here today to spotlight all the fantastic things that Schilling Elementary School is doing. Schilling is a special ed preschool through 5th grade school. We welcomed special ed preschool from music, and we are so happy to have them be part of our Schilling team. We are a kindergarten through 2nd grade DLI, dual language immersion program. We have 361 students, 73% of them are Hispanic Latinx. We have 35% of them as English learners and 71% socioeconomically disadvantaged. Our mission at Schilling is that all students will learn at high levels to be ready for college or a career. We are learning and growing at Schilling. As you can see from our data, we are a school that is working on improving our reading and math skills. The data shows that our students are in need of targeted academic intervention support. With intense intervention support, we can meet our proficiency goal of 10%. This projection is based on students meeting their full typical growth measure on iReady. We will meet our students' full typical growth by making sure our instruction is carefully aligned through grade level collaboration, action planning, and curriculum mapping. The following academic supports will enhance our learning and growing at Schilling. We are a SEAL school. SEAL is a research-based model designed to provide high-quality education to all English learners. So it's the Subaru Early Academic Language Model. Our Schilling TK through 5th grade teachers are being trained to help promote the development of biliteracy, affirming and supporting home language for English learner children and families, and to develop high levels of proficiency in both Spanish and English. Our SEAL coaches, Kim Nickerson and Michaela Ashmore, provide support to our teachers by providing training and guidance. You can see them working closely with our teachers and students by going to their classrooms, modeling lessons, and guiding teachers as they teach the SEAL strategies. Classrooms are adorned with lots of student-produced work, writing, and projects. We also have a strong intervention support team. Mrs. Shalom Matarang is our intervention teacher, and she works closely with our teachers, our students, and myself, and we get together and analyze our data intentionally. We meet biweekly at our RTI meetings, response to intervention, and that is when we really look at the data and look at what we need to do to make sure that our students are getting their needs met. The students are provided with small group interventions by both Mrs. Mettering and their classroom teachers. We also have the teachers do grade level collaboration biweekly, and we also provide our students 40 minutes of iReady, personalized instructional lessons in both math and reading. And then we also provide after-school interventions. We also provide our students with social, emotional, and behavior support. We are a PBIS school, Positive Behavioral Intervention and Supports. PBIS is a restorative practice framework where students are accountable for their actions and reflect on their behaviors through positive reinforcement and incentives. We are proud to be a recipient within the California PBIS Coalition Systems of Recognition, reflecting excellence in the implementation of the core features of PBIS, awarded for successful PBIS implementation at the platinum level. Schilling is committed to implementing PBIS with fidelity and creating conditions to maximize academic and social behavioral outcomes for all students. We thank our teachers and staff for their hard work and commitment. We also have social and emotional learning. We are using the district's adopted Character Strong. Character Strong is focused on the whole child's mental and well-being through teaching character traits to foster positive connections with others. And then we also have the coordination of service team cost and EBAC mental health wellness together clinicians that help support not only our students but our families with counseling and other services that they may need. It is my pleasure to take the opportunity to talk to you about our dual language immersion program at Schilling Elementary. We currently have 2 kindergarten classes, 2 first grade classes, and 2 second grade classes that are participating in this program. Our DLI team includes B-Clad certified Elisa Munoz, who teaches the 50% Spanish kindergarten class, and Jennifer Nguyen, who teaches the 50% English kindergarten class. In first grade, we have B-Clad National Board Certified Anita Sol, who teaches the 50% Spanish first grade class, and Sona Shah, who teaches the 50% English first grade class. In second grade, we have B-Clad Certified Daniela Ceballos, who teaches the 50% Spanish second grade class, and Jessica Canteler, who teaches the 50% English second grade class. The Dual Language Immersion Program is a rigorous program where standards-based academic content and literacy are taught in both Spanish and English. This program adheres to high expectations and state standards. There are 3 goals of dual language immersion at Schilling. They are to develop bilingual, biliterate, bicultural students, to be able to speak and write and read, listen, and use each of the 2 languages as support for the other, to develop high levels of academic achievement, and to develop an appreciation and understanding of diverse cultures through socio-cultural competence. Students in DLI should be able to see the similarities and differences in each other and should be viewed as opportunities to connect. Instructional program design. Schilling is a 50-50 model. Students receive 50% of their instruction in Spanish and 50% in English. English dominant and Spanish dominant students are integrated for instruction throughout the day. Skills are taught in one language and reinforced in the other language through thematic teaching and cross-linguistic development, implementing our SEAL strategies. Our students were able to take the DLI iReady Spanish and Reading. This assessment provides our Spanish speakers and learners with multiple exposures to key Spanish vocabulary to support them in Spanish reading comprehension instruction with new Spanish vocabulary lessons for kindergarten through the second grade. Our kindergartners did not take this assessment yet, but they will in the second trimester. So only our first graders and second graders were able to take this test. This is the current one. And as you can see, our first graders, we have 59% of them on grade level. And in second grade, we have 68% on grade level. We are excited to see our students learning and can't wait to see them blossom into future bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural students. We also celebrate all our students at Schilling Elementary School. We have Student of the Month, which we celebrate them at our Schilling Unity Assembly, which we hold once a month. We have Schilling's Ballet Folklorico, who have been very busy dancing away at our several events here at Newark. And we have our student council this year who are eager to start planning events for our students. And then we have our PBIS Shilling Store that students can cash in their Shilling Stars, Scholar Dollars, and Clash Dojo points for fun incentives and rewards. And our teachers were able to take little snippets of video, and Miss Jackie, our PBIS clinician, was able to put those snippets together and create a video. So I hope we can view that right now for you. I hope you enjoy. And I cannot end my presentation without acknowledging our Shilling Song. We are recipients of the Newark Days Parade Best Song for Shilling Elementary, so we are very proud of that. And my staff was supposed to be here, but unfortunately we have a lot of people absent due to being sick, so they couldn't make it out here today, but we do have a wonderful Shilling Song. So if you come out to our Unity Assembly, you will hear us sing that song. So please join us at our next Unity Assembly on Friday, January 13th at 8:50 a.m. And then save the date for a multicultural family engagement on February 8th at 5:30. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. I'm going to open up the floor for comments. Student Board Member Torres, do you have any comments for Ms. Herrera?
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I really like that video, actually. The song is pretty catchy. Gotta show respect. Yeah. Can you tell us about the artwork behind us? Like, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
So
on
by the way,
wall?
that song is from our Character Strong program. Yes. So in the back, we have wonderful work from our TK. We have TK over there that made their I Am Thankful art. And then we have some personal narratives in 4th grade and some work on empathy. And then in the middle there, underneath our platinum emblem and our stallion, we have DLI Spanish work there from our first graders. And then we have 4th grade work on September 11th, never forget. So they did some wonderful artwork there. And then we have our Learner's Creed in Spanish and English from our SEAL program.
Thank you. I really like what's going on at Schilling. I like the respect aspect and how you have the dual language immersion program. I think that's wonderful, and I'm so glad to see it thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Board Member Torres. Member Zhang?
Thank you for your great work.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Herrera, for the great presentation. So I had a couple questions, if you could pull up the presentation. So appreciate you showing the iReady data, and I had questions on both the general iReady and then also for the DLI. So for on the general, I know we haven't been using iReady forever, right? It's a relatively recent, right? I mean, I don't know how long we've been using iReady.
I've been using it for, I think, 4 years, maybe, at least.
So
or more.
pre-pandemic?
Mhm.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, how did these numbers compare going back, maybe pre-pandemic to now? What I'm just curious about is how much of what we're seeing is a result of the pandemic, and are there other things going on? Because, obviously you can see looking at the numbers that we do have, a large portion that are either one grade or two or more grades behind. And so I'm just curious, is that consistent with what it looked like pre-pandemic, or are we seeing learning loss? And then do you have any ideas about what things might be needed to help to improve in these areas?
Yes, well, I don't have the data with me from previous years, but I can say that, during our COVID time, we did suffer, and our data shows that. So we have a lot of work to do, and we know that as we start to plan and how are we going to, support our students is through intervention. So we're really making sure that we're planning accordingly to help our students succeed in those areas. So to answer your question, I don't have the data in front of me to say, what
Sure.
the difference is.
Sure. But I appreciate you showing this, and my viewpoint is that, you can only improve if you understand where your baseline is, right? And so,
Right.
so I appreciate you showing this. So that was the overall iReady numbers. And then if we could look at the DLI. Which was in the same presentation. Yeah, so what is it, page, I don't know what page it is. 7. Here we go. Okay, so obviously, right, better data here, and I'm just curious, is there, since it is DLI, is there an English reading, component to this as well, or is that considered as a part of the overall numbers that we were seeing earlier?
So this is new data. So we didn't have the Spanish iReady data last year, so this
Okay.
is the first time that our students took that. So this is just for the reading in Spanish, which tests the comprehension and vocabulary in Spanish.
Okay, but they didn't have an English
They did,
complement
the
to
one
that.
the slide that you saw prior
Okay, so
is
that-
the
so-
English.
Okay,
yeah.
so that was overall.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, great. And so, I guess the good news is that, and this is grades 1 and 2, so that, you have more people that are obviously either at or above grade level, and then the others are only below by 1 grade level. So it's definitely an improvement, and I think just the question is how can we then, take and translate that onto the English side as well? And I'm just curious if, what kind of discussions you might have had or any thoughts about this data and what the next steps you see.
Yes, well, this data doesn't measure all of our DLI students in the right way that we want to look at and analyze that data. We are looking at other measurable tools. We are using iStation as well, where students test their students monthly, and we're using that as well to compare the data as well. So this one isn't just like the one that we're going to be using. So moving forward, we will be using iStation too. So it would be nice to compare the two to see where our students stand. And iStation tests in reading and math in Spanish.
And is that a part of iReady?
No, that is
Oh, it's a
something different.
it's a different tool.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Grandal?
Thank you for the very informative presentation and
very excited to see all the colorful activities at Schilling. I'm particularly heartened by the dual language immersion program. I think it's a great program to have in our district, and really compliment you and your staff on implementing it. So so thank you for that, and thank you for again your excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. I too had the similar question to Member Hill in regards to the assessment data that you had presented tonight. I would have loved to have seen like last year's number from November compared to this year's number. And then also in the DLI for the Spanish reading, I would have loved to see for those grade levels 1 and 2, the reading, the iReady reading assessments for the students in those classes also, just so that we can get a real clearer picture of, like he had mentioned, where the students are and how can we help you, and staff to be able to move the needle further in progression for the students. But overall, wonderful presentation, and you guys are doing wonderful things at Schilling, and you have a wonderful community of parents that are super supportive there. And thank you for all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know there's a lot of us in here tonight, and I know there are individuals that are outside of the boardroom. If you all don't mind kind of scooting over and allowing everyone to be able to come in. We do have chairs up here, and we're not using the conference table for study sessions, so please feel free to come up and sit up here. And we also have some additional chairs that we can put up against the wall. Thank you. So with that, we will move on to public comment on non-agendized item. We have one speaker. Oh, do we have an additional one?
Employee organizations.
Oh, sorry.
For employee organizations, we do have a speaker from NUMA.
Yes, my apologies.
Ms. Rancat Perez, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nguyen, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet members. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this evening. NUMA members continue working to improve the experiences of our students throughout the district. This evening, we want to highlight the work of our members who organized and helped support last Friday's professional development for our elementary teachers across the sites. In collaboration with NUSD educators and community partners, we were able to share, discuss, and explore the benefits of outdoor learning, as well as reflect on the natural environment of our own school communities to provide such experiences. We look forward to continue this work with teachers and community organizations around environmental literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rancat Perez. No, are there any other speakers on employee organization? Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay, on to item 9.1, public comment on non-agenda items. But actually, I do have, before we move on, I would like to ask our fellow board members if they are okay with reorganizing our agenda and moving item new business up to right after public comment on agenda items. Because I know that there's a lot of comments on item 14.2, and I think that they would like to stay, if I'm not mistaken, to hear if we approve it or not, correct? Okay, perfect.
Do you need a motion, or?
I do need a motion for us to be able to move that item up.
I move that we move that item up.
Okay. May I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Member Grindel, seconded by Member Zhang. This is so that we can move new business up to okay, we can just move that one item, 14.2, up to after public comment on agenda items. Yes, Member Grindal motioned and seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 yeas, 1 no from Member Hill.
Thank you. And we generally don't move agenda items up once we have already approved them earlier from today, but with the overwhelming support that's came out tonight, I thank the board members that agreed on moving the agenda item up for our community. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will start with our first public speaker on non-agendized items, Ms. Paula Clevenger. Welcome.
Hello, it's me again. Hello, Board, Dr. Triplett, and Executive Cabinet. I'm here to talk again about the students of NUSD. I'm actually talking to the parents because it seems to me like the Board and the Executive Cabinet have better things to worry about than their students. Like maybe teachers who talk way too much, like myself. Today I'm concerned about the students of L8. L8 has not had a teacher all year, 69 days or so. So far. I have had to sub a total of 16 days, but not all of those have been in L8. I told the students that I was going to have some posters that they made, but it has come to my attention that since the posters were made at school, they are property of the school and cannot be shared without, I think, parent permission. So they're underneath my chair, just in case any of the board members would like to see. But the students are concerned that they don't have a teacher. And a lot of the sentiment on the posters said that they're also concerned that they won't be able to go to Great America because they have to have academic standing in order to go to Great America. Because some of the students are not passing. Of course, they are trying their best, but they are not taught by a credentialed teacher who is credentialed in 8th grade English on many days. Most of the time it is, at least I know for 5th and 6th period, it is 6th grade teachers who are guiding them through Google Classroom lessons. They also said that they did not like it that they don't have a teacher. I want to apologize to the students of L8. I promised them that I would show the posters, but the way I was told, I wanted them to understand that people do want to hear their voice, but that was not the appropriate way of showing their voice. I hope that more parents and people will talk for these students. Sometimes we have to fight for those underserved communities, but sometimes it gets people in trouble. It seems like NUSD is not ready to listen to people speaking their mind on behalf of the students. Some of the parents will come and talk, and maybe there will be a possibility of a Williams Act, because the students, again, have not had a credentialed teacher during the 69 days of school. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clevenger. Okay. On to item 10.1, public comment on agenda items. Our first speaker is Ms. Parks. She has 2 items that she would like to speak on. Item 12.3, Kramer contract, and item 14.2, the capital improvement regarding the track and field. Ms. Parks, welcome.
The RGM Kramer agreement. The agreement with RGM Kramer is effective December 6, 2022. The services are to assist the district plan for the development of various construction of facility projects as defined by the district, as further described in Exhibit A to this agreement. Basic services shall include review of prioritized projects defined by the district, reviewed by district budgets, and other district information made available to better understand district goals and expectations, help determine any architectural, engineering, or other consultants that may be needed to develop projects, and procure DSA and other regulatory approvals where required. Determining how projects can be packaged and establish a program, outline, project budget, and cost estimates, preliminary planning, and construction schedule. Exhibit A includes the McGregor fence with an estimated cost of planning of $22,704. Is this the $20,000 project that was done over the summer? The second item is for paving at the BGI parking lot. A purchase order for $21,200 was done in July, and a check done in July for that project, and a check for $4,400 was issued in September. RGM Kramer has already supplied staff with the water station master budget and Newark Memorial High School track and field preliminary conceptual estimate, as they are attached in this evening's agenda, item 14.2. Once again, it seems that work is commencing prior to board approval on the contracts. When will this practice stop? Capital improvement, the track field and water bottle filling stations. Before you this evening are two projects. I'm not sure why they're on the same agenda item. The past practice is to have an agenda item for each project, unless they are linked by to one another. The project for water bottle filling stations is understandable, since many students are bringing water bottles to school due to health concerns such as COVID and environmental waste. The attached cost estimate seems to be a bit excessive. The administrative costs are about 25%, and I assume the construction cost line item indicates the units, meaning that they are $9,600 apiece. I understand this isn't in my line of work, but I would think you could take an existing water fountain and install the unit in that location with minimal cost and effort. Moving on to the $6.3 million track and field project. I think everyone in this room wants the Newark Unified students to receive the highest level of academic instruction in a safe, clean, and up-to-date facility. It's balancing the want with what you can afford. On August 18th of this year, you received a presentation concerning the junior high and the high school swimming pools. This item was only on the agenda for information and discussion. The needs assessment for the junior high ran between $375,000 to fill it in and $2.5 million to build a new pool, not including all soft costs and possible ADA upgrades. The high school needs assessment ran from $2.2 million modernization to just under $5 million for a new pool. This project has yet to come back to you for consideration. If it does, would it be funded from source, would the funding source be Fund 25? Where did the track and field project come from? It completely skipped the staff report board discussion process, the swimming pool project, and the internet connectivity have already gone through. Unfortunately, the first interim wasn't included in this agenda for a more recent balance, but according to the unaudited actuals, there was $16.8 million in Fund 25. Now, this document I found in the back says that there's $14 million, but okay, I'm still going to stick with my 16.8 because that was what it was at the end of the last fiscal year. This one project would utilize 37% of that budget, not including the items listed on the bottom, most notably the DSA ADA path of travel, upgrades, pathway lighting, and restroom upgrades, which I have no doubt will be required and carry a very high price tag. All capital improvement projects with costs should be brought to you in a study session for discussion, then agendized for prioritization. As these are more facility concerns, there are more facility concerns such as the ones expressed by the theater staff and students last month. Although this won't be popular, I respectfully request that you only approve the water bottle filling station and table the track and field project until you can have a study session to receive a full capital improvement project list with costs, and then you can prioritize projects that your budget allows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay, on to our next speaker, Vince Lacone. Welcome. On item 14.2. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. Okay. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody, board members.
Don't be nervous, we don't bite.
No, I'm
I'm
just,
just kidding.
I'm contemplating what I'm gonna say about, the capital projects, but here in this last speech, man, I didn't know there was some issues going on with prioritizing. I know we had a meeting at the school, and the few parents who did show up to the high school picked their top 5, and that's what I think, that's what we're all going for, and it seemed like the majority was the field and the water stations. I understand the pool and everything else, especially the asphalt needs to be touched, but being around, I didn't grow up in Newark. There's a lot of families that did, and a lot of families that stayed, next generation. I know this project, if it does happen, my daughter's a junior. Most likely she won't see it. Maybe the next generation will, if she continues to stay in Newark. But we have family come and watch her play on this field from outside the city. And, one of the first things they say is, "This is your guys' field? This is your guys' school?" And I'm like, yeah, it's the #1 school in Newark, #1 high school. It's the only one, but it's still the #1. When we go play these other games like we played in Hayward and other places, big cities, I get it. I grew up in San Jose. Most of the schools are in pretty decent shape. To come here and live here for the past 17 years and see my daughter up to Schilling, it wasn't in the best shape. It's gotten better. Junior high, same thing. The fields, everything else is not so great. Here we go in the high school, and I know that we've had new communities come in, and allegedly the people who move it in are sending their kids to charter or private schools. So allegedly there's not enough money coming into the public schools. But like anything else, when people want to live somewhere, not only is it location, it's like, when you buy a house, it's the kitchen and bathroom, #1. When they come here, they look at the school and the school district. And people come see this, they're like, "Do I want my kid to come here?" When they see these other schools who are, keeping their places up to date, making it attracting people, you want to attract people to come to the public schools. I'm sure a lot of us did go to public school. I know I did, and I loved it. I'm hoping that these next generation kids get to experience, and for one, a safety issue. We've already had several kids get hurt on this turf, if you want to call it, and kind of with the rain, everything else coming up. I'm just hoping that the board gets a chance to help the students for the future, for the next couple kids who get to come and enjoy Newark Memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, and I do apologize ahead of time on mispronunciation of names, but it's, please welcome Malosi Gayoteote.
Sorry I didn't prepare for a formal introduction, so I'm going to say good evening, everyone. I am Melissa Gayoteote. I am a sophomore at Newark Memorial High. I am here to support the construction of a new track and field stadium. At the high school on September 14th this year, the student body had gathered together in a roundtable discussion led by Superintendent Dr. Triplett and Chief Business Official Ms. De La Cruz to decide what to do with the bond money that the district had received. Now, this is not new information, but at this discussion, if you recall, we had decided that a brand new stadium should be one of the top priorities as it poses a safety issue, like the last guy said, and it also lots of athletic programs and youth programs uses the field and shares it with us, and we want to make sure that all the well-being of the newer kids have a safe place to gather together and have some fun, which is where I think most of us have been and came in unity to go on a Friday night light or Thursday night to support our Newark Memorial Athletics. And I know this decision may not come for another probably 2 years or so, and that's nearing my end of high school. So I believe that it is my duty to make sure this gets done for future incoming classes, because I have younger siblings and I want them to have better conditions than I do. And I'm not the only one here tonight that also has younger siblings like that. I also am here with peers that support this construction and want this to happen, not only for us, but for everyone in Newark, since we are the only high school in Newark. And we hope that at the end of tonight, that you guys try to make this happen, and you will support us for a positive change of our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Coach K. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet. My name is Rachel Kaho'ali'i, also known to many in the community as Coach K. I have worked in Newark Unified since 2001 as a teacher, a coach, and currently the athletic director at Newark Memorial. I am also the parent of 2 Newark Unified students. Speaking at board meetings is not one of my favorite things to do. In fact, this is the first time, but I am here tonight because this is extremely important to me, because it is important to our students. I am deeply invested in this community, and the voices and needs of our students and community matter. As the athletic director, each season I stand in front of our students and their families and I define Cougar pride. All that comes with it, the traditions that come with being a Cougar mean something to our families, as we have parents and grandparents who are former students who come back to our campus shocked that our students are playing on the same field they did 34 years ago. Many people will have an opinion on the need, timeline, and process involved in moving forward with the much-needed upgrade of our stadium. However, I am here to give you insight as the person who has been on campus for the past 21 years to tell you that just because we have been working tirelessly in silence for years does not mean that it is not extremely necessary. The truth is that most people have given up and are convinced that regardless of the need and the voice of the community, nothing will change. The reality is that for years we have heavily relied on our coaches, students, and parent groups to piece together what we can to give our students a playing surface and learning surface that is safe and something to be proud of. I stand in front of you tonight not only representing Newark Memorial student athletes, but also the students and teachers of our physical education classes, as the stadium also serves as a classroom for 50% of our students every day. The needs of the stadium have outgrown the capacity of our school community. In fact, our boys soccer team is currently paying to practice on the turf fields across the street. The need for Newark Unified to support our students and student athletes is urgent. We know that the reality is that judgment is based on appearance, and our student athletes work way too hard to be judged based on failing facilities. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate Dr. Triplett for allowing us to be involved in this process, as my past experience has been that others have been allowed to speak for us. In education and in athletics, we emphasize the phrase, trust the process. I know that one of the main components of any successful team or organization is trust. The process has been put in place to identify the priorities of our students, staff, and community has been thoughtful and inclusive. Rather than looking through a lens of criticism, I am asking you to model what we teach our students and trust this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach K. Our next speaker is Javen Takar. Welcome.
Hi.
And thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Appreciate it.
Thank you to Diego for volunteering me. Alrighty. Good evening, family, friends, and of course the board. I'm here to talk about what we've all been talking about, receiving a turf at Newark Memorial. Let me paint a picture for you guys real quick. You're driving down Cherry Street and you take a look over at the proud high school standing tall in the event center, obviously. And you take a look at the uneven cut grass, the broken down bleachers, and of course the unaligned goalposts. They are unaligned. We figured that out while setting up for graduation. It's an embarrassing sight, I must say. And of course, putting on the jersey for Friday night and playing on that field, you're representing as much as you can, as proud as you can be. But at the end of the day, having a grass field with potholes in it and geese poop covered all over the field is embarrassing. Imagine getting hit sticked, right? You get rocked by a man. And you open your eyes on the floor and you're next to a pile of geese poop. That just adds to the embarrassment, I must say. That also must be a hazard of some sort. We're talking about the potholes. This is also a hazard for injuries. I've been injured before. I broke my leg just last year, and it sucks. We must protect our students, our athletes, because ankles are always being twisted. I was talking to an athlete playing lacrosse just today, and they told me that they have to practice wearing ankle braces because of the potholes, so they don't break, twist an ankle or anything. Also, the transition of playing and practicing on grass all week and then playing at a turf field is also hazardous to the knees and the ankles of the young students, considering every other team that we've played with has turf beside for Alameda. Also, I was talking about the uneven cut grass. Having a turf field would simply be easier to maintain. We would not have to worry about watering it. We wouldn't have to worry about cutting it. Even painting it, we wouldn't have to worry about because it would all be painted for us. Overall, just the aesthetic of Newark Memorial. We've heard it from past speakers. Grass fields for high school are outdated. Majority of schools already have turf. We can't expect to make more money and pay this off while having a grass field, because a turf field it'll look nicer. People are gonna be more inclined to send their students over here. Student athletes are gonna come to us if we have a turf field because we look like a more serious high school. We look like a more serious school. Also, I believe that it could also serve as a great memorial for the late, great Coach Rich Swift, pitching to call it the Rich Swift Stadium. Having a turf field, we can have a beautiful NM, our school logo in the middle of it, just to show off our school more loudly, more proudly. I'm a senior here, and I would probably not be able to experience this, but it just kind of shows how much Newark Memorial has impacted me and how much that I'm always going for the best for Newark Memorial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Nick Wolf. Welcome.
Thank you, board members, Dr. Triplett, executive staff. I know a lot of people are going to say a lot of the stats and how it looks. I can tell you from a parent perspective and someone who's been at the last 2 seasons, all of their road games, it's one thing to talk about, we know what's wrong with it. But when you actually see the facilities at the other schools, it'll just blow you away. It's unbelievable just how far behind we've truly fallen. And other people have a lot of the stats. I can tell you we went to Livermore High School, Concord, Doherty, Mount Eden, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and all of them have, not to be cliche, but state-of-the-art facilities in practice. And it really does put into perspective just how far behind we've truly fallen. And Newark, I guess by comparison, would be like playing at Candlestick, and we're on the road, we're at Allegiant and SoFi. So hopefully we can get everything approved and get everything updated for all the kids in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kylie Gutierrez. Welcome, Kylie.
Hello, my name is Kylie Gutierrez, and I'm a junior at Newark Memorial High School. I play soccer for 3 years on the girls' varsity team, and I wanted to speak tonight about our desperate need for a new field. As a daughter of 2 alumni who are both student athletes, it's disappointing that the stadium and field has not been updated or changed since my parents attended this school. Our field at NMHS is a danger to students not only from Newark, but also athletes who compete against us on the field. In order to provide a safe environment for everyone, upgrades need to be made. The field is used for athletics as well as physical education classes at the school. Although I may never be able to use the new stadium, my 2 younger siblings will be attending Newark Memorial, and I would love to see them thrive with their own athletics down the road. This subject is not one to be taken lightly, as it is extremely important to NMHS. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sophia Rollins.
Hey everyone, my name is Sophia Rollins and I'm currently a junior at Newark Memorial High School. I'm a 3-sport varsity athlete playing tennis, soccer, and lacrosse. As an athlete that spends a majority of time on the field, I constantly have to worry about the many dangers our field contains, such as the potholes, goose droppings, gopher holes, and extreme unevenness. Myself and other athletes, not only from Newark Memorial, are at constant fear of season-ending injuries playing on the field. To become a champion, you need to trust your teammates. But how are you supposed to do that if you can't even trust the field you're playing on / practicing on? I'm not here today to just talk. I'm here to express the urgency of this problem. You called for student voices at a roundtable discussion on how we should spend this money, and our top priority was the track and field. I understand that projects like this take time, but don't just sweep this under the rug. I want to see change for safety, change for the future. Although I won't be able to experience the turf myself, I would love to come back as an alumni to see all my fellow athletes playing on the safe field. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lainey Lambana. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Lainey Lambana, and I'm a senior at Newark Memorial High School, and I've been on the varsity soccer team now for 4 years. The soccer season is always in the winter, and we are always faced with heavy rain, which makes the field super muddy and hard to play on, which leads to people falling, twisting their ankles, and more injuries. There's also goose poop everywhere. And when you're sitting on the bench on both sides, you can't even see the ball or the player because the field is a hill. Though my time at Newark is coming to an end and I won't be able to experience the new field, I would love to see the underclassmen have the opportunity to play on a more safe and better field. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 speaker cards for Alex Garcia, and I was just wondering if there's actually 2 Alex Garcias in the house tonight, or is just one? Okay. Welcome, Alex.
School pride. What does school pride mean to you? What did it mean to you when you were in high school, like we were? Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Garcia. I'm currently a sophomore at Newark Memorial High School. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on the capital improvements of our school. Having a turf field has been a personal desire the past 2 years I've played at Newark Memorial. During this time, I've had the experience of playing in many different schools' football fields. Out of all of them, we are the only ones with a grass field. And with all due respect, it's needed a renovation for a long while. I could stand here and tell you everything that is wrong with the field, but we'd be here all night, so I'd rather just paint you a quick picture. Geese are attracted to our field, in which they produce a lot of geese poop. In doing so, it gets embedded into our cleats and it becomes a slipping hazard, for we have no traction. This means that every chance we get, we are on the sideline trying to scrape the poop off of our cleats to make sure that we can perform at a safe level. As athletes, we've been taught our entire lives to trust our training and to trust our equipment. And unfortunately, it's hard to trust your equipment when the field you're playing on is just not safe. As athletes, we are also taught that the field we're playing on is going to be a direct copy of what we practice on. However, our game field seemingly has more potholes than our practice fields, in which most people need to wear anything that they can around their ankles to prevent season-ending injuries. The benefits of having a turf field going into my junior season would be incredible, even though I know that the timeline may not provide for it. I have many friends at other schools that have invited me to go watch their games on bye weeks, and they've always talked up their school and they're very proud to be a part of them. They feel professional, they look professional, everything about them just seems like a professionally done field that a pro athlete would play on. And when I try to talk up Newark Memorial, they laugh. They tell me the only good thing that we have at our school is the mall across the street, and even that's half gone by now. I want people to be able to look at Newark Memorial with a prideful look. I want them to be able to want to come play at our field and not be afraid that they're going to have a season-ending injury for something that's not in their control. Despite our grass field, our football team was still able to win our division championship since the first time since 2013. One can only imagine how teams before us of all sports could have performed with a better foundation and a better field. People have told me, and I quote, "I don't know how y'all do it at that raggedy field." I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Our school is looked at as ghetto, trashy, and run down, and our sports programs are perceived as just bad, which is not the case by any stretch of the word, but it's what people see. And people's judgment rarely goes deeper than appearances. So please, help us be proud of our school. Not only does renovating the field benefit all of the field sports, but it can also give the school a new identity, something to be proud of. And it's not just for us, it's also for our youth programs. We have kids as young as 6 years old playing on this field that's caused hazardous to 18-year-olds. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your commitment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gage Wisniewski. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I work at the junior high. I'm a math teacher. I also coach the JV boys soccer team. And a lot of my players play on terrible grass fields all season long. We go to other Fremont schools, and they also have terrible grass fields. And a lot of my players feel discouraged and unimportant that they don't get to play on turf fields like varsity does when they go play at TAC. Showing our students that we care about them and are invested in their success by improving our facilities will encourage more students to want to represent Newark. Another issue we have is that a lot of other schools don't really want to come play at Newark. Our soccer season is, we play a lot of very easy teams in Fremont. They're not tough competition, and we like to try and schedule tougher schools which aren't really in this division. A lot of them do not like coming to Newark because we have grass fields, and so it's hard to schedule good games against these tougher schools when none of them want to come, and we don't want to schedule away game after away game after away game. So updating our stadium to a turf field will improve our students' pride and self-worth and allow us to compete against top soccer schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Roberto Lombana. Welcome.
Fellow school board members, I am Coach Roberto Lombana, and most of the points that I was going to speak about, people have already discussed. So one of the main things and misconceptions is that parents or maybe school board members, I'm not sure, but that only the student athletes get to use the athletic facilities that we have at the school, which is not true because all the students, their first 2 years, get to use all the athletic facilities because they all have to take physical education. And one of the other things that causes having nice facilities is obviously pride in Newark Memorial. Going to your school, seeing how beautiful the athletic facilities are. When we go to other schools, like some of the other coaches have talked about, and they see the beautiful athletic facilities, that brings pride out in the students. So it's one of the easiest ways that we can do that. I know sometimes school attendance has fallen here at Newark Memorial or in the school district, but we could hopefully bring that back having new athletic facilities. You know, and it's not only the students that are at the high school right now, but all the incoming elementary school students that would get to partake in all that. Obviously, being a soccer coach at the high school for the last 15 years, I have seen the safety issues that there are that some of the students already discussed, and those are real. And I'm hoping that with a new soccer stadium or new track and field stadium, that'll take care of that. Obviously, there are other athletic facilities, parts of the school that need improvement also, but I'm sure that that will be talked about. I know that Dr. Triplett has done his due diligence in taking surveys of not only parents at Newark Memorial, students at Newark Memorial, faculty, and they've already discussed what the changes that they would like to see are. So hopefully all of those will come into fruition, and hopefully the students that are coming through the school and for the future, they'll get to partake in new facilities. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Coach Tubbs. Welcome.
Sorry, we had to move that up just a little bit. Thank you, President Nguyen, Dr. Triplett, and Executive Board. As Coach Lombana ended up saying, a lot of the issues have been exposed to you to be able to know that the future and the present athletes, I wanted to end up being here to support them and be able to move forward in the, sorry, drawing a blank, in the improvement project. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daphne Fong. Daphne, are you still here? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. If Daphne comes back, we will have her speak. Julio Linares. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. Oh, that was perfect. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julio Linares. I'm helping Coach Gage, coach the JV soccer team. And the notes that I wrote, I can promise you I didn't get together with anybody here, or I didn't copy them in the last few minutes, because everything that I wrote down, they basically spoke about it. But I can tell you that I have been coaching since 1983, and that has given me the chance to visit many venues, soccer venues. Many of those have been beautiful stadium, school setups, and many of those are places that I hope I never have to take my team and play again. And Newark happens to be one of those. I have also visited, like I said, visited fields like Logan High School. Washington High School has a beautiful setups. And that's what I'm hoping that we get to. The investment, I know, is going to be quite a bit of money. I understand that. But think of the savings of the maintenance, especially with the droughts getting worse. Obviously, watering grass is going to get more expensive, and it's not good for the environment that we keep wasting all that water. As you know, the turf fields or a nice stadium will be used for many different sports. Graduations are held there, right? Having a beautiful stadium that people come to visit from outside the city, it's nice to hear, wow, what a setup, right? This past week, Coach Gage and I, we had the boys played, and I walked the field before, during the game, and after the game. And by the end of the game, that was nothing but a muddy, soggy, unstable place to play, which is, as everybody said, very dangerous for the kids. So if you build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oz Jimenez. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I've been a part of this community for over 12 years, and done a lot here at the junior high with the baseball league, the little league here, and now my son is at the high school, and so is my daughter. And putting a facility like this does go into the pride of the kids. This past year was my first year there, and having to go to all these other high schools with these kids and seeing these beautiful facilities and seeing why can't our kids play in facilities like this? This would be awesome. We come home, we play our home games, kids get hurt. Each home game, there's kids getting hurt constantly. And because of what all the kids were just saying, the potholes, the unevenness, even because of the goose poop. I work in Parks and Recreation, so I have to handle CIP projects like what you're doing with right now. As a matter of fact, we're doing a resurfacing of a field turf this coming year. And so I know, how expensive a CIP project is, especially one like this. But in the long run, the maintenance behind it saves you a lot of money. I know the school district doesn't have the best maintenance, or have enough staffing to handle the maintenance behind it. The water now that we're dealing with this drastic, issue right now where we don't hardly water our own lawns. And here we are trying to water a football/soccer/whatever field, right? And these fields, a grass field like this, the one at the high school is getting used basically the whole year. It does not get a break And I know that myself, I schedule fields for the city that I work for. I close those fields down for 4 months. The grass fields, the field turf, they're played all year long, no issues. I think there's like 3 days with 8-hour where someone goes out there and just gives them a good work. But as far as the grass fields, they need breaks. And that one at the high school does not get any break, all year. But if you had that as a field turf, we wouldn't have any of the issues or any kids getting hurt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gerardo Zarala. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Gerardo Zarala, and I'm a football player and a track athlete at Newark Memorial High School as a sophomore. We use the field and the stadium almost every day. We get blessed with this opportunity to help the Newark district with these buildings. We finally get a chance to help change the school and renovate old facilities. Our stadium has been outdated and has safety issues. Many athletes use the field. As an athlete myself, we need to change the field. There is potholes all over the field, and geese shows up on our field and poop on it. Many athletes have been injured while playing on this field by rolling their ankles. The track is being worn out. The safety of the athletes is decreasing due to the outdated stadium. The numbers on the lanes on the track are fading away, and the blocks can't even stay on the floor due to the track. With the new stadium, there will be less injuries. More people will want to rent the stadium out for events. We will save water and help us when we are in droughts. Thank you for listening for my speech, and we are thankful for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tali Fai. Welcome, Tali.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tali Fai, and I am a senior and also a student athlete at Newark Memorial. I've been a part of Newark Memorial Athletics all 4 of my years, and being a part of all these teams has helped me become a great leader and even better teammate to my peers. I take the responsibility of being a student athlete at Newark Memorial with pride, and I'm proud to represent the student athletes from there. Being an athlete has taught me to lead and take action when needed. If I'm being honest, I get very embarrassed when people from other schools come to our campus. This is because when I go out there and take the court/field, teams don't take us serious because our facilities are falling apart. I believe improving our facilities is important because our students and student athletes work really hard and are judged off of what people see. More students will come if we make it attractive to be there. More students will come if we make it safe. And we are asking today for you to make our school comparable to other schools on the outside, because on the inside we beat them every time. And our running teams made it to state on this horrible track. Just imagine what we can do with the new and improved one. But thank you.
Thank you, Tali. Our next speaker is Ms. Kat Jones. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Triplett, the board, and the cabinet. I said I wasn't going to get emotional, but I am. I have heard rumors today that I don't know if all of you know or not, but I have been elected to the school board, and I will be seated in 10 days. And I am very much looking forward to that responsibility and that work, and I am so proud to be a part of this district as a teacher for 34 years and becoming a school board member after I retired in June. And my students went to school here. And I don't know if either one of them could have stood up and done what you did today to fight for what you're fighting for. And I'm very proud of you. And I'm emotional because this is a really big issue and topic. And it's something that, and I don't mean to be leaving you out, it's something that is dear to my heart. And the rumors that I heard today was that if I was sitting on this board today, that I would have voted no tonight. And that is so not true. And so I want to clarify that for everyone in the room. This is a project that I feel is critical, important, but also needs the study session that the pools had, that the IT had. I believe that the bid for the water bottle filling stations and the track and field should be separated. So, I don't know if what I am all saying is completely appropriate, but I'm here right now as a community member and a past parent and a past teacher and someone who is is passionate about education in Newark. Yes, I want to see this work done so that you are protected when you are performing and doing your sports, but so that we are a district that is a 21st century district and we can attract other students to this school and to this district, because that's really important. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be able to speak tonight. I hope I have not stepped over the line. That is not my intention. But I am looking forward to being a part of the entire process for this particular issue. And so if anyone felt that I would say no, it was more that I would want it to be for us to have the time, for me to have the time as a new school board member to be a part of the process from the study session on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Our next speaker is Ms. Angela Silvera. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. I'm just going to say hey, everybody, instead of get formal. I'm not here about the track and field. I'm here to do a happy dance that the water bottle refill station is finally on the agenda, because I've talked about it so many times, and I've emailed, and I've called, and I've talked and talked and talked. So I'm beyond thrilled that it's on there. I am questioning the numbers, because when I looked up water bottle refill stations, they maxed around like $3,000 each. So I'm kind of not sure where the $9,500 a unit maybe comes from. And then I'm also wondering what's going to happen with the $3,000 grant that Lincoln got. Does that mean we get a second one? I'm just curious. So, because I'm just so excited to have it finally be there. And I'm so impressed by all the speakers. So great job to all of you guys. And I support you because my kids will be there soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera. Our next speaker is Mr. Tyler Jorgens. Welcome.
Good evening, board. Tyler Jorgens, math teacher. I also coach at the high school and coach cross country, soccer, track and field, so I'm in the stadium a lot. Just wanted to fill you in on some of the history there. I was an athlete on the track team in 2009, which is the last time the MVAL finals for track and field were allowed to be hosted at Newark Memorial. That was my junior year. And following that event, they determined, the coaches, that the stadium had failed and that we weren't allowed to host track meets there. For a big meet. So that's definitely something that has been going on year 14 now, where we're not allowed to host a big track meet at Newark Memorial, which is unfortunate, but something that we've kind of learned to deal with. It's actually pretty hard for me to hear a lot of these stories as a coach. I spent a lot of time trying to fill some holes and pull some weeds, and really since COVID, it hasn't been possible to keep up with just piecing it together. We tried, but it got really bad. There wasn't much maintenance that occurred for a while there, and when we came back, it was in a much worse state than it was before, and it really hasn't recovered since then. So obviously hard to hear, but they're true. So, it's something that obviously I have to understand that, that's where it's at right now. Definitely a big problem with where we're going to practice right now. I coach the boys soccer team. We were practicing at the Stillman Center today, which is definitely not ideal to have to drive over there after work, and for the kids to, walk over there before we can start. And, we're only able to get an hour on the field before
the club comes. But the alternative to that is practicing on the tennis courts or the blacktop for us right now. We did one day out there on the back field. You've probably all seen it driving down Cherry, and that field has not been upkept and is not safe to play on. If we practice on the stadium, that's very tenuous in terms of like how close it is to be able to actually play competitions there. So if we're practicing out there, that's more wear and tear like we've heard about, and can't do that. So definitely makes it tougher. The track has holes in it in lane 1. I mean, if you've tried to run there, it's not a competition surface at this point. So just wanted to make sure you guys know some of the details on the history there. I think there's a big questions of maintenance regardless of what the decision is here in terms of if you have a turf field, it's not like you put a turf in and then it's just there. There's upkeep that's required there in terms of us not resurfacing the track since, a long, long time is not reasonable. I think if you're looking at the fields in the back where, there's upkeep that's required there. So there's a maintenance question as well that always worries me as somebody who's going to be here for a long time. So thank you for your time. I appreciate all the speakers here for today, and thank you for hearing us out here.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment on agenda items. I just really want to thank everyone here tonight, especially our student speakers. You guys did a wonderful job. It is not easy standing up there and advocating for what you want, and I'm so proud of you all for doing that. And this is what, if you guys come to more board meetings and voice your opinions, we are here to listen, and we would love for you guys to take part in governing us and holding us accountable too. So I'm super proud of you guys for all being here tonight. Thank you. And then on to our next agenda item, which is 14.2. So Dr. Triplett.
All right, thank you, President Nguyen, and a huge appreciation to all of the community that's come out to voice their opinions, whatever opinion that is. It's so important to hear your voice. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, this is the agenda item, the capital projects, and I'm going to speak a little bit about just the process that we underwent to engage community around this and this item, and then Ms. Dela Cruz will talk more about the finances. So we, back a couple months ago, we did present to the board a information session around pools and status of the pools, and one of the comments from that presentation was that it would be really good for us to go and engage community and really hear, before making a decision about the pools, what was the community's highest priorities for improving capital projects. And so we set about on a process of engaging with students, staff, as well as families, both English and Spanish-speaking families. And so we held a number of what we call stakeholder roundtables. And the purpose of those, and this is what we shared with the folks who attended, was to engage in a discussion with peers about the priorities for facility improvements at Newark Memorial High School. And what we hoped was to hear directly from the community about what their top 5 most important priority capital improvements were for the high school. Next slide, please. And so we also wanted to make sure we were really clear about capital improvements, because as we all know, and we heard this evening, there's a lot of improvements to be made at the high school. And so we wanted to be really clear about the funds that we were talking about, and the discussion that we wanted to have was about capital improvements. So not basic maintenance. Maybe there's some people are concerned about the grass isn't short enough, or there's too much trash, or whatever the other concerns. Those are important, but they're not capital improvements. And so capital improvements are big projects that really dramatically change the facility and the property. Next slide. And so we shared some approximate numbers with during these engagements. We talked about how the bond was that had been just completed is a total of $63 million that was spent, 12 million of which was spent at the high school. And again, these are approximate numbers. And we shared that some of the examples of the bond projects that were completed using this bond included landscaping, HVAC systems, locker room floors, the library carpet, and classroom tile and flooring. And then we shared that now we have approximately $23 million that we could utilize for additional capital improvements. 14 million approximately in developer fees that have been accumulated over time, and then 9 million in what's called the Russian Fund, which are one-time funds. Once they go away, they don't come back. So that's 23 million, and that's for improvements for the whole district. And so we wanted to make sure that everybody understood that we couldn't use all 23 million at the high school. Next slide. And so then we asked the stakeholders who attended, so this was students that came to student roundtable, staff that came to the staff roundtable, and the 2 engagements with families, both in the morning and then in the evening. With limited funds, because that's what we have, although 23 million sounds like a lot of money, we have approximately $600 million worth of improvements that are needed. And so with unlimited needs and not very much funds, what are the top 5 most important things that the stakeholders believed should be improved at Memorial? Next slide. And so we had engagements on September 14th with students. We had engagements with, on October 13th with staff, and then on November 16th, we had 2 separate engagements with families. We had over 220 people at these engagements. Attendance was really fantastic. And across the board, what we determined from the input of those folks is that there's 3 universal priorities that all the groups said were a priority. The number 1 for every single group was a new track and field. It's the top priority. In addition, every group also said that water filling stations were super important. And then the last one, which we're not bringing to the board tonight, was every group talked about either renovating or adding bathrooms. So that one, I think, requires a lot more research, a lot more engagement to understand, because at least for myself, what first came up is, okay, are you just concerned that the bathrooms aren't clean? Or not enough toilet paper? Or what are you talking about here? So we intend to continue to talk with community about when you say improving bathrooms, what exactly do you mean? But in the meantime, we wanted to bring forth what was very clear across all groups, and that is the new track and field and also water filling stations. What's nice is that we have also heard from communities in the elementary and the junior high that water filling stations is a really big priority. So we decided to look not just at funding water stations at the high school, but also what it would cost to do it across the district so that every school could have at least 1 water filling station. And then from there, we could look at if it would be beneficial to have more in the future. Next slide. Oh, so that's it. So that was the process. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz to talk a little bit about the funding and the dollars.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So the track and field improvements project includes several steps, and it will take maybe a year and a half or 2 years to complete the project. As many of our speakers have already mentioned, the track and field, football field, is in disrepair and in really poor condition. It's well beyond its useful life. It's probably over 30 years old since the last time we've done any renovations. The natural turf has uneven surfaces. They create tripping hazards and unsafe conditions. And again, the track is in very poor condition. The scope of the work of this project would include demolition of the existing track and field, some grading, drainage, concrete, fencing and gates, field striping and logos, the synthetic track, artificial turf, and new goalposts. The preliminary cost estimate for this project is $6.3 million. And that includes the planning, because we need to hire architects, engineers, design, and when the construction begins, there's inspection and testing fees. There's also the Division of State Architect approvals, and then the construction. So it doesn't include the bleachers or the press box at this point. With the water bottle filling stations, we're looking to add the water bottle filling stations to replace one water fountain at each of the elementary schools and 2 at each of the secondaries. So that's 2 at the junior high and 2 at Newark Memorial High School, and then 1 at McGregor. The cost of the water stations is not only for the unit itself, it also includes installation. So in some cases, we may need to add electrical, or there may be some carpentry work, and some other work that's involved in installing the station. So it's not just purchasing the unit, but the work that goes to install the unit and whatever existing conditions may be at where they're being installed. So the estimated cost for the water stations is $169,000, and again, that does include some preliminary design and developing bid documents, because all of this will need to go out to bid, and the construction contracts. I think that's it. So total for both projects, estimated cost is about 6.4, almost 6.5 million at this time. And I just want to mention that the district did go through a facilities master plan process, and I checked the cost estimate from a couple of years ago. It was about 5 million, 5.5 million. So every year that we wait, the cost increases as well.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. At this time, I would like to open it up for discussion amongst the board members. Student Board Member Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I think as we heard from many students today, that like we only have a handful of students today, but we could have got hundreds and hundreds and more who talked about this. I know we've talked about the pool needing improvements, but what we've heard from the community and what we've heard from the students is that yes, the pool could use some improvements, but that's not the number one priority of the students. The number one priority of the students is a new field and a new track, and I know we've been hearing about this for years and years. We hear about all the problems. The list goes on and on, holes, injuries. It's embarrassing. How can students be prideful of a campus when they don't even want to go out to their fields? The PE classes use these fields. And I know we heard some other community members talk about delaying the vote, and I just don't think that's necessary, because what is there to delay? We've talked amongst the community, we've talked to over 200 people, the students, family members of both Spanish speaking and English speaking. So I just don't understand if we are going to delay this vote, if it's really necessary when we have all the information gathered. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you, Student Board Member Torres. Member Zhang?
Got a question for the water bottle refilling station. Can you repeat why the water bottle refilling seems to be more expensive than the general water bottle refill, where you can probably get 3,000 to 4,000?
Yeah, so the cost does not only include the unit, it's not just buying the unit itself, because you can buy a unit for maybe $3,000, $4,000, but somebody needs to install it, and there's electrical involved, and depending on
And plumbing also.
Oh, and plumbing, and
Rerouting
depending
water.
on where you're installing it, so maybe there's some carpentry work that needs to be done. So the existing conditions also play a role. That's why, that's one of the challenges that we've had in installing the water bottle stations, is because we can't just buy the unit. It's just like installing a drinking fountain. It involves more work. Pretty much.
Like a bathroom remodel.
So for the 6.3 million price tag on the track and field, I do see we have contingency factored into that. So my question is, if this 6.3 million is just a placeholder, or that's the maximum we're going to be spending? Is this a placeholder, or this is a cap?
This is a preliminary budget, and there is contingency built in. There's a design contingency, 10%, it's about 446,000. There's a change order contingency of about 223,000, and we've also built in cost escalation. So
do you think this is the cap, or do you think this is a...
I wouldn't say that. It's really hard to tell because once we get into design and engineering and getting a better idea of the current cost conditions, we could update the.
So the cost can potentially go over 6.
It could. I'm not. Yeah.
One last question: that after today's vote, is the board going to be weighing on additional steps as we go through RFP and voting on individual items? Is there any future waiting for the board? And the reason I'm asking this question is, I do have another new board member that reached out to me yesterday asking me to give her the chance to weigh in on this item. And if there are future inputs or decisions that the board will need to weigh in and vote on, I think I'm okay with greenlighting this tonight. If this is the final vote, then I do think the request from the other new board member, not Member Jones, but Member Thomas, I think will be reasonable to me.
Yeah, this is the first step in the process. So as we hire consultants, get involved with choosing an architect, the board will be involved in that. Once we have a preliminary design, we present that to the board so the board can weigh in. So this is just the very first step in the process, is getting your blessing, getting authority to move forward so that we can start hiring consultants, we can start the design process, we can start getting some feedback from our stakeholders and go through all of the necessary approvals, because that all takes time. And once we do get into, like I said, hiring contractors and designers, the board will be able to give us input and approve those contracts.
Member Zhang, any other comments? Okay. Member Hill?
Thank you. So I'd just like to remind the board, and then maybe this is new news to the public, but basically facilities planning has been going on for a number of years, and some recent big efforts happened prior to my tenure here. There was a very large effort that happened November 17th. Well, actually, I shouldn't say. So the presentation that I have was on November 7th, 2019, where there was a massive effort to look at all of Newark Unified's facilities requirements and to put together a massive plan. And it was done by a company named ADIS. And just to give you a sense of the comprehensive nature of this effort, they went through and they actually did workshops with the community, with the entire community, over the course of about a 6-month period. So started in 2018, November of 2018, and then the last workshop was finished in 2019. So it was a very thorough process. And when you look at all the people that were involved, they put together a number of different workshops and participants. So there was a district-wide visioning workshop. There was a district-wide, district leadership workshop. They had workshops with all school sites. They had workshops with Newark Junior High and Newark Memorial, and then they had a makerspace workshop. And they had a total of 62 workshops across the entire district. So this isn't just for one school. This is across all schools. And if you look at the number of stakeholders that were involved in this process, we had 90 elementary school stakeholders. We had 29 junior high school stakeholders. We had 55 high school stakeholders. a total of 174 stakeholders. So it was really a comprehensive process. And it came up with a very large, they identified a number of different potential improvements. If we fast forward, however, and we go and we look at last year when we were putting together the goals for the prior year, we identified, and there was a lot of discussion about this, that we wanted to create a goal, so create safe, attractive, and inviting learning facilities and appearance of schools. So this is goal 4A for the 21-22 district and superintendent objectives. And there was a lot of discussion about, well, why do we need this? We already put a plan together, right? We just, a couple of years ago, had gone through and done a very comprehensive plan. But the discussion ultimately was, we need to do this, and that we're going to put this in. And then we put as our measurement, we said engagements are conducted with stakeholders and a plan is presented to the board. A recommendation regarding pursuing a bond is also presented to the board for consideration. So this was the both the goal and the measurement that was put together roughly about a year ago. It was about November. However, what then transpired is there were no workshops that were conducted, okay? At least to my knowledge, there were no workshops, and certainly not on the comprehensive level that we did in 2018 and 2019. What we did have, however, is we had in April of this year, we had Mr. Caputo, so RJM Kramer, who is the person who's put together these cost estimates. He came forward in April with a 5-year facilities maintenance plan, and this was April 7th of this year. And for the most part, again, he didn't talk to anybody. There weren't any workshops. What he did was he basically went back to the plan that we said that wasn't good enough, and then he basically cherry-picked, and it's really unclear. I wish that Mr. Caputo were here so that he could maybe speak to this, but he cherry-picked out of that larger 2019 plan a list of both maintenance requirements and then also potential capital projects. And he identified, also funding, and we talked about, funding potentially coming from Fund 40 and also Fund 25. Fund 40, by the way, is reserves for capital outlay projects, which they were projecting as $9 million in our checking account, and this is for all of the district. And then a capital facilities fund, Fund 25, roughly about 15 million. I think it's roughly about 16 actually, as of the unaudited actual. So he identified the funding sources. But then what he presented to us was, here were the things that he presented in terms of capital improvements. Field irrigation repairs, new play structure in kindergarten area, new security fencing and gates, repair, replace security cameras, outdoor PA system, new sound system in cafeteria, pool repairs and improvements, replace bleachers, field improvements, and replace old portables with modulars. Now, we don't have any idea how he pulled this list together. By the way, there was no prioritization of this list, right? And so we don't know, well, this one's the most important, this one's the least important. We had no idea around timeframes. We didn't know which one was going to start when it was, and how long it was going to take, and when the target completion was going to happen. And also, we didn't have any costs for any of these. So here's the projects that he's identified, but we don't really have any plan, and we don't have any costs. But he did break down the schools that potentially were in the scope of this. So the schools, these are all the people that potentially are all vying for this pot of money, right, which combined is roughly about $26 million for everybody. So BGP was identified in this, BGI was identified in this, Coyote Hills was identified in this, Kennedy was identified in this, Lincoln was identified in this, Schilling was identified in this, Newark Junior High School was identified in this, Newark Memorial High School was identified in this, and then those were basically all of the schools that were identified. And so again, we had a new plan now, a revised plan that came forward in April, although it was fairly bare bones. Just about roughly that time, we were talking about going out for a bond. And so we hired a professional firm to actually survey the community. And it's important to understand that while students are definitely stakeholders, parents are stakeholders, staff are stakeholders, but also the taxpayers are stakeholders. And so we hired this firm to really understand what were their priorities, and this firm's name is Godby. And so they did a survey in this May, and here's basically what they talked about.
Member Hill, do you have a point to make? We would like to move this along.
I'm providing context.
I think you're losing some of our audience.
So ma'am, I don't interrupt you when I'm speaking, so please don't interrupt me.
I'm
Okay,
not.
I'm making a
I'm
point.
just asking you.
Yeah,
make
so
your point,
I'm
please.
laying out the history because it's very important. So when they talked about what matters for the community, and this is a scientific study, right? So they listed out the top priorities. Quality teachers and staff was number 1. Potential change in administration, change in board was number 2. STEM, scientific equipment program, is number 3. If we go down to number 10 was facilities, gym, track, and pool. So these were the priorities that were coming from our community, from our larger community. Okay, but here's the important thing to understand. When they now actually talk about potentially facilities, when we're just talking about facilities, they listed out a number of different categories, and they broke them down into tiers. The number 1 requirement that the community was saying that we need to focus in on was provide modern career training facilities to prepare students for college and in-demand careers in fields like technology, skilled trades, et cetera. Number 5, interestingly, and this is coming from the community in terms of priorities, replace aging and deteriorating portable classrooms with modern permanent classrooms. And then if we go way, way down to number 14, this is actually in tier 2, maintain and upgrade student play structures, crap pavement, and sports fields with gopher holes and hazards. So as my fellow board members have said here this evening, right, I greatly appreciate everybody coming. I greatly appreciate your passion. I understand the importance of this. But I think that the thing that we need to consider in all this is that, as Dr. Triplett said, we have one pot of money. We have 20, so it's really 2 pots, but if you combine it, it's $26 million for the entire district. That basically, and we're talking about now, because we have not gone and engaged any of the other stakeholders that were identified in this report from Mr. Caputo. So we haven't talked about any of these other things. All of a sudden, we're jumping ahead in line, and we're saying, okay, we're going to push this to the front. We're going to spend $6.5 million on this. That accounts for, if you combine both of these, 25% of the total amount on one item. Okay, and that basically, and we have no idea what the costs are for any of these other items that were identified. And we're being asked to make this decision in 30 minutes. We're being asked to make a decision on $6.5 million expenditure in less than 30 minutes. I have never been a part of a meeting where that type of protocol has been followed. I think it's very hasty. I think it's very irresponsible. And I know that all of the athletes here, that one of the things that's important for you, it's a part of sportsmanship, is fairness. And the question I would ask to you is, do you think that this is a fair process to go ahead and allocate and to try to allocate 25% of the budget when you haven't been able to, when you haven't engaged all of the other stakeholders in the community? I don't think you would think that would be fair, and I think that you would want to involve these people and to go through a proper process. And again, at the end, it may actually come out to say maybe this is the top priority and this is what we ought to spend. But I think that we're trying to make a very hasty decision, and I don't think that it's appropriate.
Does that conclude your comment?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Grandel?
Yes, a couple questions for staff. First, I just wanted to clarify, the number of the cost of these items is based on an estimate, not a bidding process. So there'll be a competitive bidding process which may yield, which often staff has in the past done things like having alternates as a way to manage the budget. And a future board will be able to look at that whole process. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Just wanted to clarify that. And also just that this is really the first step. It starts the process where you can you can start investigating and moving forward. And if we delay it, it delays the ultimate completion of the project. Is that accurate as well?
That's right.
Okay. So one last question, and then I have a statement. So our staff has done a great job, in my opinion, of seeking grants and other funding sources for these kinds of projects. I'm assuming that staff will, in this case, also be looking at grants for water conservation or even sponsorships that could help pay for part of the cost of this facility. Is that accurate as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. That's heartening because I think there is some money out there for these things. So I think it's great that you're looking at that. Okay, so there was no, this is my statement. So it won't be as long as Member Hills. There was a community process. The community came out, engaged, told us what they wanted. We need to honor that process, in my opinion. I think we need to move forward with this item. Clearly, the speakers who were talking about the safety risks have very much got my attention. We need to address, and hopefully we can address those issues on a maintenance level, as you indicated, Dr. Triplett. There's maintenance and then there's improvement. So I'd like to see. I hope we can address those issues like now. But I think we need to move forward on this project. And the water bottles, also very important. There's a lot of kids who are trying to fill their bottles in the old water fountains. I've seen it when I've toured campuses. So I think the water bottles are also very important, and we need to get this process started. There will be plenty of details to come later for the board to be looking at and to be able to customize this and to value engineer the project as it goes forward. So I'm very much in favor of getting this project moving forward and getting it done so we can have a facility that we're proud of.
Thank you, Member Grandel. Okay, we won't hold out much longer. I just have a few comments. Pertaining to the facilities maintenance master plan that Member Hill had mentioned, that was done prior to me being on the board, so that was 3 years ago. And as we all know, change within what our need of scope is, it changes over time. So it's been well over 3 years now, 4 years, and we can't do anything with that master plan because we don't have the money to be able to fulfill any of those the master plan, what was stated that needed to be done in the master plan. We did some of that with the previous bond money that we had, which I am very grateful to our staff, our superintendent, making sure that we spent that bond money down. And yes, we did survey for another bond for this election, but you know that the population that's being surveyed for this election is less than what would be normally turning out in a general election. So parents, we do need your help in 2024 to pass a bond to be able to improve further on facilities maintenance for all of our schools, not just the high school, but generally, yes, the high school is our flagship school, and we should really bring and improve look and maintenance to and the fields to our school so that, yes, so that we can bring in students who want to be there, who want to play there, and have pride and ownership of our community, right? I am a Newark Memorial grad and a student athlete, graduated from Newark Memorial, so I understand and very emotional about what you guys have all stated tonight, and I am in full support. But again, I just want to, for our parents here tonight, we really do need your help if we are to pass another bond in 2024. And that could be up to $270+ million. And with that kind of money, we would be able to do some major, major improvements to our schools. And that would be amazing. So with that said.
So, Member One, I have one last comment, please. So just to clarify, we did upgrade,
I wasn't done.
okay. So it sounded like you were about to make a motion. So if, I'd just like to make a comment before we make any motions.
You interrupted me. Yes, I was making a motion. I moved to approve this
Okay, so
item.
then I'd
May I
like
get
to-
a second, please?
So ma'am, I'd like to make a comment. So
Nope,
you,
there's a,
so
if I get a second, there will be a
excuse me,
motion on the floor.
Excuse me. So.
I'll second.
So then I'm,
Thank you.
so then I'm just going to speak over you because
No,
this is
oh,
inappropriate.
no.
Yeah, this is inappropriate. So yeah, so I think that we ought to have an informed discussion, and Member Wen has has incorrectly described this. So we do have a maintenance and a capital improvement plan, and it was done by RJM Kramer, and it was provided to us on April of this year. And so I listed this, so this is not a 3-year-old item. And the last thing.
No, the facilities maintenance is a 3-year-old item.
No, so-
But I understand that what you're stating is also what I'm saying is that, yes, we were presented with that item and it may have been prioritized by a consultant, but that's not what our community wants.
And
we've heard the voice of our community
Yeah.
here tonight in loud volume.
And according to Godby Research,
So I'm ready to, I have a motion on the floor.
and according
Point of order.
God, excuse me, so normally, President Wen, the president does not make the motion. It's being brought by
No,
other
that is not
people.
true.
Yes, it is.
I am privy to making a motion as well.
Yeah.
But I generally do allow other board members to
So you
to
just
make
want
a
to, you
motion.
just want to shut down discussion. You don't want to have any, so you want to
No.
make a $6.5 million decision in less than 30 minutes. It's highly inappropriate. And I will just, my last comment is, the reason we did not go forward with a bond is because of feedback from the community. And the number one issue that they stated, which caused us to not go forward with the bond, is the district failed to deliver on their promises in the school bond we passed 10 years ago. If they had not mismanaged their money, we would not need this tax increase.
That is correct. The prior boards did not spend down the bond money. This previous board, and with minus you, we spent down the bond money. So we are entitled as a community to be able to pass another bond with our superintendent and our current staff who have been working diligently to be able to spend down the bond. So if prior boards did their due diligence and spent down that bond, we would have had another bond passed in the past 10 years. So yes, that is my assumption, and I think that my assumption would have been correct. Because here are families here tonight who are telling you, Member Hill, and other board members, that our facilities really suck.
What about the families that aren't here tonight?
President
From all
Wynn?
the other schools?
President Wynn.
How did
President
they
Wynn,
know?
Yes.
I believe there's a
There's a motion on
and
the-
a second. Can you call the
Yes,
call the question?
May we have the vote, please? Student member Torres, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we have 3 yeas and no for Member Hill.
Thank you. It passed, so. So I just really want to appreciate all of the students here tonight who came and spoke on behalf of and advocating for what they wanted, and also the families, the parents who also support their students. I thank you very much, and you guys are free to go. The item, unless you want to stay for the rest of the meeting and hear us fight about other things, that would be great, but you are more than welcome to go. Thank you. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. We're back from recess. Our next agenda item is 11, consent agenda personnel items. Are there would any of the board members would like to pull any items from the consent agenda personnel items? Member Hill? Thank you. We will pull 11.3. May get a motion to approve increase in minimum wage.
Move to approve the minimum wage increase?
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grandel. Student board member does not vote on this item. Four yeas. Okay. On to item 12, consent agenda non-personnel items. Are there any items that our board members would like to pull? Member Hill?
I want to pull 12.3, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, and 12.11.
Okay. May I get a motion to approve 12.2, 12.4, and 12.12, 12.13, and 12.14.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second?
Motion made by Member Grandel, seconded by Member Zhang. How do you vote, student board member?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just waiting for Member Grindal. Okay. Four yeas.
Thank you. Okay, on to 13.1, superintendent report. Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Nguyen. We could have the deck up, please. So I wanted to talk about two things this evening in the superintendent report. The first being giving a little bit of an update and some more in-depth explanation of the policy manual process that we've been embarked on. I think there's been some questions and wanting more clarity around this process and the necessity of it. And then wanted to give an update on one of our top priorities, marketing, and just share a little bit about how things are progressing with the marketing campaign. So to start, next slide, please. Wanted to talk about, like I said, board policy updates on Gamut. Next slide. So as the board most likely knows, Gamut is the platform where our board policies sit, and that is a platform that is owned and operated by CSBA, the California School Board Association. At the conference, the annual education conference, and trade show, which we just went to this past week, and had the pleasure of having our board member elects, board member Jones and board member Thomas there as well. We did go to a couple of sessions related to board policies, and so I thought it was informative and timely, and wanted to include that in this presentation. Next slide. So this is a picture that I took on my phone. Those are actual real back of people's heads there on the bottom. So this is one of the first slides that were presented around this new Gamut platform called Policy Plus, and the process of transferring all of the board policies for every district from the old Gamut to the new Gamut. And so there was a group of Gamut experts that talked about this process, and it was very confirming because it's actually what we are embarking on right now. And so it was good to know, and actually no surprise because we have been engaging with Gamut around what is the best way to do all of these policy updates. So what you see here is the start of their presentation. They said there's really three options for processing policies and doing the updates. One is the superintendent reviews them and sends them to the board. Two, the board creates a policy subcommittee to review and update the entire packet directly. Or three, the executive assistants discuss with the superintendent, distribute to cabinet. Cabinet does a review, executive assistants compile and sends to board, and then board has an opportunity to review each policy. So that is, you notice it's highlighted because what CSBA said is that's the recommended one, number 3. And what's nice is that is what we're doing. Next slide. They also, I know this is going to be hard to read, but you don't really need to read the whole thing, but they laid out a timeline of how the policy updates work. And so that's what we're going to go through in more detail right now on these next slides. So this is a little bit of background. On 2020, October 2020, CSBA migrated, like I said, all of the board policies for all districts over to the new digital platform called Policy Plus. And part of that migration required cleanup and training, which happened for districts between January and June of 2021. For ours, we were one of, unfortunately, a handful of districts where the policy manual did not transfer correctly. So this is not something that was our doing, but rather just there was some districts that happened as the CSBA did that. And so CSBA identified additional maintenance that was required for us as we tried to migrate these policies. So they did a cleanup. And then they provided access to our staff and our administrators who took the training from CSBA on how to do these policy updates. And then a new process was established by us based on the CSBA recommendations for how to update the policy manual. Next slide. And so this was what we created. So a log was created tracking all policies, and this is part of what Gamut does. And it offers the last approval date of the policy, and then the new approval date, and then helps to identify the department, which department is most directly related to any given policy. And then we assign that policy to that department so that they can then review it. We have 343 policies that migrated to the new Gamut, and our goal is to update or readopt all of these policies by June 2023, which we've mapped out that if we have 4 policies per department and all 5 departments put forth the policies, then we are approximately 20 policies per meeting, which, as I've mentioned to this board before, is a major task, a lot of work on the part of all of the staff as well as the board, because the board has to read all these. How am I doing so far, Ms. Gutierrez? Okay. And so a little bit about how we prepare then the policy drafts. So the Department Administrative Assistant selects the policies that correspond to that department. And that includes the Ed Services Department, HR Department, Special Education, Business, Superintendent's Office, et cetera. And then the policy is compared to what the CSBA, to the records on CSBA. And based on CSBA records, that policy is updated or brought to the board as is for reapproval. Policies that do need updating, what we do is we print the existing NUSD policy and we print the CSBA recommended policy. And then the department lead, executive cabinet or directors, managers, review the recommendation from CSBA. And where there are options available, in other words, CSBA offers up, in most cases, different options based on the needs of the district, then the department and the department lead selects the options that match the district's practices. Next slide. And then we go through editing and agendizing. So we assign the policy to administrative assistant on Gamut. The administrative assistant edits the policy based on the direction from the department lead. The edits are made for titles to make it more clear and to avoid confusion. And then the policies are uploaded to the board agenda. The agenda requirements are such, we add the attachments, so the existing NUSD policy and the CSBA recommended policy. We add the policy revision history provided by the CSBA, and we also provide information that we believe would be helpful to the board as the board's making the decision. And then the board is reviewing these, as we've been doing all fall, and I think it's been going along really well. Board members review the CSBA recommendation, the agenda item background, and they compare that to the existing policy. And then the board has the option, of course, of requesting changes to additions to the recommended policy or any deviations from CSBA that the board thinks appropriate. And then the changes are made during the board meeting, and staff will bring back with requested changes as a second review. After the approval, the executive assistant then updates the approval date on Gamut and publishes the updated policy for public viewing. So that's the process that we've developed. It's pretty comprehensive, and it is very time-consuming, but a lot faster than some of the things that have happened in the past. So as you can see here, one of the past practices was to color code and then redline and identify different changes based on that color code. This is not what CSBA recommends, but you see the samples here of how this was done in the past. I do believe this is probably why we got backlogged in terms of updating policies, because this was done with good intentions, but at the time, without Policy Plus, this was really one of the only options available, but it was even more time-consuming. And in contrast, the current process, as you all know, is that the CSBA offers up notes, as you can see on the right side, that help explain any sort of updates, any revisions, any sort of options that are available for the district and the board. And then we provide all the background information that we think would be helpful to the board in terms of making their decision on the actual board agenda. So that's our process. I did want to include this other slide from that same presentation, same back of the heads there. Nobody moved. Because something that did come up with the board members that attended this with me is that some board members were able to engage with Gamut staff afterwards, and they did bring up this option of having Gamut do a policy development workshop with us. That would require, or that would be to try to, rather than doing these one by one, to do a big sweep of all the policies and do an update, devote like maybe 3 days or maybe more of absolute attention on the part of the staff and members of the board, but then to be able to take care of the policies and update them in one fell sweep. So I bring that up because I think there is some interest, it sounds like, on the part of some board members, and I believe that this may be coming back in the next month or so. And it is an option if we want to explore that option as well. In the meantime, we want to continue to keep moving on these board policy updates, keep getting through them, and providing you with the options to review and then approve. So that's the policy manual update. The other part I wanted to share about is marketing campaign and give you a little update here. This is some data points from Instagram. And that has been a big focus this fall, is to really continue to build and grow our Instagram, make it more dynamic and attract more followers. So you see on the left side is data from the last 90 days, an overview. It includes how many accounts we've reached, how many accounts have engaged, and I'll explain a little bit more about that, and then how many total followers we have and if we've seen any increases. And so then on the right side, just to start with that one, you see how many accounts we've reached. So in the last 90 days, we've reached 9,547 accounts with our Instagram, which is super exciting. You notice below it says negative 17.7% from the prior 90 days. That's because in prior 90 days, we actually paid money for some paid ads that went out to even more people. And so it's actually pretty remarkable that we've hit so many accounts even without paying for any additional ads in the last 90 days. Next slide. And then in terms of followers, look at that beautiful number, 4 digits. Woo! So we have finally hit 1,000. We're really excited. It's actually, I've learned that it's much harder to grow followers than one would think. It's very incremental. But since we've started with our new campaign, it's actually happened a lot quicker, and you can see we have 10% increase in followers from previous 90 days. And then the last item there, engagement, is, whoops, sorry, go back there. Engagement is, we have engaged 886 accounts. And what you can see what that means, that's Instagram jargon. It means that the individual not only looked at the post or the reel, but then actually shared it, replied to it, spent some time with the actual post, which is significant in terms of engagement. So that's up 13.4%. The other thing that I wanted to share out is we have completed, with the help of our campaign, marketing campaign partners, Presidio, an annual report for 21-22. So this is really exciting. We're really delighted. This has been posted on our website and is being promoted. And we also sent out mailers to every family in the district to be able to access this using a QR code. And so what we did is we tried to do an annual report that's a little bit more contemporary than your traditional annual report that would be readable and accessible to anyone, not just to the policy wonk, so to speak. We are planning on doing another annual report in the spring around, I believe spring, is that right, Ms. Dela Cruz? Or summer? Summer. That will be more thorough, but we really wanted to get this one out because we really wanted to be able to share with the community some of the achievements and the things that we've been working on this past year. So I'm not going to go too deeply into this, but we can just go to the next slide. You can see we share out all of your wonderful pictures. I'm sorry, Board Member Torres, but you weren't on here at that time. And then some information, some important statistics about budget, expenditures. Next slide, please. And then some of our initiatives last year. So middle school transition, information about that. Environmental literacy, as well as dual language immersion and how that was grown last year. And then, of course, the Star Academy and the work that's happening there. And then some statistics and data, demographic data around our enrollment and as well as our student demographics and some of the awards we've won. Our schools have won in PBIS in the last year. And then lastly, the facility improvement initiatives, including our solar panels and electric buses. And then our partners. Some of these we've had as partners for some time, and then some we're really excited that we're growing partnerships as we speak. In particular, some of our industry partners that we've been able to connect with that are really engaged in supporting the Star Academy has been something really, really exciting. And next steps here in the marketing campaign, we're planning on launching our enrollment campaign specifically. That's revving up, and then we're also planning and developing our recruitment campaign that's going to be happening a little bit later in the upcoming school year. And that is the superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Any comments, student board member? Member Zhang? Any comments? Member Hill, any comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
So one comment and one question. So regarding the marketing campaign, so as many of you know, right, Twitter's been in the press recently, and Elon Musk purchasing them. And although it hasn't been a secret prior, but Elon Musk is really exposing this, the fact that Twitter doesn't make money. So there's lots of activity, there's lots of posts, there's lots of sharing, but Twitter doesn't make money. And so his job is to figure out how we're going to make Twitter make money. So my question, and this goes back to marketing, is all good marketing firms have, basically outcomes that good ones have outcomes that they've identified. And it seems to me that the outcomes that we've requested, and the reason that we did this whole campaign was to figure out how are we specifically going to improve enrollment, and how are we going to improve retention or possibly recruitment of new teachers. And so what are the metrics that the marketing group is giving us to track our success in those areas? So that's my question, and then I'll follow up with my comment after that, or my other question.
Yeah, so we could come back and talk in more detail about the marketing campaign, and probably even have Presidio come and share out some of the things. They have a number of different tools that we're about to roll out and utilize. But essentially, we're looking to, like you said, Member Hill, to recruit new families as well as retain the families that we have. And when you have, for example, more viewers on Instagram, when you have more accounts reached, and when you have more engagement, that that signifies that there's families and students and community members that are getting the information and also seeing all of the good things that are happening in the district. But there's other, and then likewise with recruitment and retention of staff, some of those metrics are really making sure that we are fully staffed and that we're able to retain as many teachers as possible. The marketing campaign obviously isn't the only factor in that. That's as I'm sure you're aware, is much more nuanced and complicated than that. But the marketing campaign, we believe, will be a boost, or that's the intention, is that it's a boost to both those numbers. So both enrollment numbers as well as staff recruitment and retention numbers.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'll just wait until the board requests, because I think I'll take you up on your suggestion. I think that we ought to have Presidio come and explain how the actions that they're taking are going to produce concrete results for us. So that was question one. And then question two is, I can't remember whether it was the meeting prior or 2 meetings ago where you and your staff were giving we're having a quick discussion around the free and reduced meal program. And I know that in the past we've had some challenges with that, and I know that we've been going out and trying to increase our participation there. And I just would like to know, basically, have we completed our efforts, and what percentage of our district at this point that we have responses from is eligible for this program?
You're talking about eligible for
free and reduced, the free and reduced meal program.
Yeah, it's not exactly what we were doing. I think we have been tabulating those numbers, and right. Do you want to talk about them now, or should we bring that back at a?
We don't have the final numbers yet.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, Member Grandalia, I'll just like to comment on Member Hill's question. I just want to thank staff. I know that they've been really diligent about sending reminders and letters home to families and staff, to families, and to make sure that they fill out the form. But on top of that, including myself, because I did not fill out the form, I got a call. So I know that staff, office staff from all the sites have been calling families, because I got one, and I did complete the survey with them, and they were very helpful. And no. The wonderful part is that staff took the information and completed the form for me. So I really appreciate that, and just wanted to let staff know. Thank you. So yes, they're doing all they can, Member Hill.
Sorry. And then do we know when we're targeting to have that? You said we're still working on it.
Yeah, it's connected to the CalPADS process, so our staff is still working on submitting it to CalPADS. And normally it's due mid-December, so we're almost there.
Okay, thank you.
Member Condell?
Yes, so I just wanted to compliment staff on and your consultant on the look and feel of the annual report. And also just to comment that the Instagram and the other social media hits are about our eyes looking at it, because you can make a great pitch piece, but if no one sees it, it's not doing anything. So understanding that the goal is to actually retain staff, retain families, and attract new families, but we can't get there if we don't have quality information that's easy to digest and that people are seeing it. So I just wanted to stress that. But one question I had was, in this 90-day period, there was no all that addition happened just by people being interested. We didn't do any ad buys at all.
That's correct. Yeah, it's kind of remarkable. Because when you do the ad buys, obviously, then they increase your views essentially to a larger market. But yeah, this time it was really just the level of engagement, for lack of a better word, of the posts that we've done, the reels that we've done, and we're really trying to step up our game.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I don't have any comments. I just wanted to thank staff on the superintendent on the staff report, and the annual report looks really good. Thank you. Okay, on to new business, item 14.1, grant 2023 to 2026. Yes, member?
I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting time until 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the motion. I'll make it a second.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Hill, seconded by Member Grindell. Student Board Member, how do you vote to extend the meeting to 11? I'm hopeful we will be out of here by 10:15, but we'll see. And actually, Student Board Member, you're free to leave if you'd like. Thank you. Okay, on to new business.
4 yeas.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. On to new business, item 14.1, grant 2023 to 2026, Alameda County Healthcare Services Agency Mental Health Services Act Partnership Program. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So we're really excited about this. This is a really amazing opportunity for additional funds for mental health, and I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Pierce to talk a little bit about the details here.
Thank you. So this is an opportunity for us to continue to partner with Alameda County. What you see before you today is just a letter of intent. The hope is that if this goes well, on December 15th, we'll bring to you a contract as well as a subcontract. So this is money coming into the district. We've been a partner with Alameda County Public Health, and they reached out to us and gave us the opportunity to kind of apply for this grant. And so far, again, the letter of intent shows you that they're taking us up on our proposal. So what this includes is a mental health clinician, an additional one brought into the school district, who has slightly less restrictions around Medi-Cal, non-Medi-Cal use, which, as many of our clinicians know, is a huge gap in our services currently, and will be very much needed and utilized if we are able to move forward with this. The total grant amount is over $250,000 through 2026. However, for this year only, it would be $90,000. So that includes the cost of a clinician, and then additional sources for parent workshops, professional development, and student leadership initiatives that are in alignment with the grant itself. There's plenty of information in the purpose and background. I'm happy to answer any questions. But again, this is a letter of intent, and the following meeting, our hope is that we can bring to you a contract as well as a subcontract with EBAC to bring in an additional clinician, which we have identified a potential candidate. That was a huge concern last year when we get money, but we couldn't find the actual people to fill the positions. And in this case, we actually have already identified a potential candidate for this position. So we're really excited.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Any comments, Student Board Member Torres? Any comments, Member Zhang?
So this can be used for both medical and non-medical students, right? I think before the problem is the medical people, they do have mental health service, but the donut hole is the people that use the commercial health insurance or with their parents do not have access to mental health. This is filling up the donut hole, right?
You are absolutely correct.
Any other comments, Member Zhang? Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pierce. So, right, as we all know, there's always overhead costs, and And what I'd like to understand is, have we calculated out if we were going to take on this grant, the impact to us and to people that are not covered under this dollar amount? So, so first off, who's going to coordinate this? So from a leadership perspective, and then how many resources, kind of outside, do we need to coordinate this effort, and do we have a sense of the cost of that?
We actually don't need too many additional resources, and I just want to apologize real quick. I misspoke. I said 250. I meant 520, so I got my 2 and 5 mixed up. My apologies. 520 over that 1,000 between now and December 31st of 2026. So the nice thing about this is we already partner with Alameda County Public Health Department. We have a few people who come in and support us. One of whom is Victoria Garcia, who's very well known and has been working in Newark for some time now. And so together, we will help coordinate this, but we already partner with EBAC. So some of these items are already in place. So for instance, the reporting of the grant dollars, we need to do that as part of our cost processes anyway. And so the nice thing about bringing in an EBAC clinician is that those processes for reporting are almost the same. So the additional work won't be too much to try to set up something new for these new grant requirements, because again, we already report it in this way. And as you know, the data is really important for us to show that these types of resources are valuable in our school sites. There will be some coordination, right? So some of my time will be taken, some of Ms. Garcia's time will be taken in order to coordinate this. But I think given that one of our priorities is social emotional learning this year, it feels very much in alignment with what we're doing. I also think back to our PAC and our LPAC processes from last year, and families raise up the need for more mental health resources again and again and again and again. So again, I do think this is well worth the time and effort, and it's aligned to our goals as a district.
And you're the one that's responsible for coordinating from a leadership perspective.
I will be working with Victoria Garcia in partnership.
Does she report to you?
She works with Alameda County Public Health Department, so we partner. It's a community partner.
So you're the
So yes, I will be responsible for
from the district perspective.
from the district side. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Grindell?
I just wanted to say I really welcome these resources to our students. It's really exciting that we're going to be able to provide this service. So thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce, and thank you, Member Grindell. Also, recently, Stanford had a study that was done in regards to students, what's happening to students in their mindset, and how their mind has changed because of the pandemic. And I don't remember the actual study, but I remember reading it, and so this is very welcomed and in support of our students and with their mental health services. So I'm excited for us to be able to continue to provide these services to our students. So thank you.
I move that we accept the letter of intent with Alameda County Healthcare Services Agency.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Zhang. May I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Member Grindell. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, on to item.
Sorry, not yet.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we got 4 yeas.
Thank you. On to item 15, consent agenda, pulled agenda items. And we're starting with item 11.3, the PAL report. Member Hill.
Great, thank you. So Ms. Waters is not here, so I'm not sure if who's going to be able to speak on her behalf, but we'll give it a shot. So on the current PAL, we've got a section called Additional Duties for Certificated Employees. So can somebody explain to me, so Ms. Torres is a social science teacher, can somebody explain to me what this item is?
I think you saw that, or we all saw this on the last PALs as well. So it's the same thing. It's additional hours for
Apex?
Yeah, I believe in this case it is Apex. Is that correct, Ms. Pierce?
I believe so, and Ms. Torres does have a social studies credential.
Okay, great. And then just sort of the last question, because I know that this came up from the prior meeting, because we were, per basically the requirements, we have to have a certificated teacher, certificated in the particular subject matter area of whatever they're overseeing. And so if there's a social studies course, right, we need to have somebody that's certificated in social studies. And I know that in the last meeting, we talked about Ms. Venegas, and I think that the discussion was that she's in the process of getting her credential. Is she getting her preliminary credential? Do we know for Spanish?
I'm sorry, if it's about a different board meeting and a different
Well,
Pell
so-
report, I think.
Okay, well, so then I guess the question that I have is, since we have to have certificated teachers in each of the areas that Apex is providing coursework, do we have teachers with the proper certifications in all areas for the Apex courses that we're offering?
So sorry, do you mind?
Yeah, go
I want to clarify one point before Dr. Triplett answers. I do believe that we said in our core subjects, there are certain electives. I just want to be sure we're all clear and on the same page. There are certain electives where it is okay for the teacher of record not to be credentialed in that particular area, because again, students are working on Apex independently, but we as a district created a policy where the core content, and I don't have that in
Well,
front of me because I wasn't prepared to answer
Right,
that.
and that-
I just wanted to clarify though for our
Sure.
public.
Well, and that was partly my follow-up question, because that was the request that I had from Ms. Waters from the last time, is because we identified that Ms. Hodges was teaching electives, but her credential is actually in social studies.
Do you have a question about this
Yeah.
PALS report?
Yeah, no, so I have a question about, since it's connected to this, I'm asking, do we have for Apex, all the courses that we're providing, properly certificated teachers overseeing those courses? So that's my question.
We can certainly double check, I believe so, but we can go back and confirm. I don't think that's related to what's on this PAL report.
Well, but again, it's unfortunate that Ms. Waters is here, because she was supposed to follow up with me regarding with Ms. Hodges, because I specifically asked, because it's my understanding that you cannot have anybody go and oversee an electives course. So I, as a CTE teacher, right, in order for me to teach my CTE class at Cupertino High School, I had to get an additional, basically teaching credential in that area. So I believe that statement was incorrect, and I would like, and Ms. Waters had committed that she was going to come back with an answer. Unfortunately, she's not here, so I'd like to request and make sure that we get an answer to that question in the next meeting.
This item is,
not about that.
This item is for the PAL report. That's what's agendized. That's the only thing that can be discussed at this time.
That's
Well, it seems like we deviate quite a bit from that, Member Grindal, so. Okay, that's the only question I had.
Okay, may I get a motion to approve the PAL report, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Motion made by Member Grindal, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board member does not vote on this item. Please vote on board docs. Thank you.
Four yeas.
Thank you. And on to the items that we had pulled on consent, non-personnel items. Item 12.3, Member Hill?
Do we have Mr. Caputo here?
Nope.
We don't?
No, Mr. Caputo is not in the room.
Well, he's not online.
Yeah, it sounds like he is online.
He is online.
Yes, that's what I just said. He's online.
Okay, great. Mr. Caputo?
If you have a question, you please direct it to us.
Yeah, Mr. Caputo was here for the high school presentation,
Okay, so.
but he's not here to present on his contract.
Okay, well, he has a contract, right? And so I would imagine that he would be the best one to be able to comment on his contract.
Why
So
don't you
if
ask us and we'll see if we can answer for you.
Okay, that's fine. So my question is, So he's listed out that he's going to be doing what he calls general planning services. And if you look in section 1, it says basic services shall include review of prioritized projects defined by the district, review of district budgets and other district information, and then we go down to determining how projects can be packaged and establish a program outline, project budget, and cost estimates, and preliminary planning and construction schedule. And if you then go in and look at his exhibits, so this is, I believe, Exhibit A, he lists out the scope of the planning services. And so McGregor Fence, CP, CUP, CCAA, BGP parking, but then we've got water stations and Newark Memorial High School field. And we've got water stations for $24,704 and Newark Memorial High School field for $36,904. So, but what I'm a little bit confused about is we just approved a $6.5 million project, and included that in that were cost estimates, pretty detailed cost estimates. So my question is were those cost estimates that he put together, were these falling under this scope of work?
The projects that are listed under Exhibit A, if you can see, they're potential projects, and we did anticipate that they would be helping us for the field improvements. And some of the work that they did for this, they have not billed us for.
So what you're saying is that we're continuing the practice of asking vendors to do work without contracts and purchase orders in place.
Well, we have some carryover contracts with Mr. Caputo. We're transitioning from the bond projects into general projects right now. And this contract is very similar to what we had with the bond projects. It's just that the funding source is different, and now the projects have changed. And we're trying to plan ahead so that we do have a contract in place for the work that's going to be done. So this is.
So then that's my question, right? Is that the cost estimates that were presented up to us this evening for both the water stations and for the field, that those are covered under a different contract and a different purchase order?
No, okay, so the projected cost estimate here is for the planning that we are going to be doing for the water stations and the field. So all of the work moving forward, including helping us find a consultant, helping us with architects, engineers, putting specs together, all of that work still needs to be done. So that's what's included in this cost estimate.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. So for 14.1, okay, the $6.5 million project, there were two cost estimates included in that agenda item, two detailed cost estimates. And so my question is those detailed cost estimates for 14.1, were they done under a different contract and a different purchase order, or are they falling under this contract right here?
The work that they did for the cost estimate,
Correct, for 14.1.
that would have been under a different contract.
So
This is
can
for
you-
moving forward.
So can you provide to me the contract and the purchase order that that's tied to? Because it is a little bit confusing, and the concern that I have, right, and this was outlined also by our auditors in July, that we just in their small survey of a variety of purchase orders, that they were finding that work had been authorized and vendors were working without purchase orders in place, and then shortly before the work was actually about to be billed, the purchase order got put in place, and then right after that, a warrant appeared, literally within days of the purchase order. And so I'm hoping that we're not going to see the same thing here, where we're going to approve this, and then we're going to see a purchase order for $60,000, and then, and in the next 2 days, and then we're going to see a warrant for $60,000 2 days after that.
Okay, so the estimates that Mr. Caputo provided, similar to what he had provided to us, are like conceptual. They're not being billed. It was something that he did for us to prepare for this board meeting. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, so
'Cause
you're telling me that we're not going to see a, all of a sudden, a warrant show up in the next couple of weeks for water stations and for Newark, for this planning and for the field planning that are actually under this contract that hasn't been approved yet.
Right.
Okay.
So just to be clear, if this is approved, they will be doing work around the water stations and the Memorial High School field, because there is ongoing continuous planning work that needs to be done.
Right, but what I'm talking about.
I understand what you said. I understand. I'm just wanting to make sure I'm clear that you may see a PO, but it's for work that hasn't been done yet versus work that's already been done.
Right, but so there's a difference between a purchase, so I would expect to see a purchase order for this entire amount, not just pieces, right? And then also, I would expect to see warrants that are coming months later, but we wouldn't see a warrant that comes in that's tied to this field effort and this planning effort, that if there's any cost that was incurred, that's tied to a different contract and a different purchase order.
I think we both understand what you're saying. And what I'm saying is they very well might start working on this contract immediately after it's approved. And so you might see a warrant before a couple months, but it's based on work that's happened since this is approved.
Okay, so then, again, that's fine, but I just want to make sure, because literally, I'm going to read to you right now from our, what our accountant said, right? I mean, and our accountant literally said, right, we've got a problem with purchase orders, and they say, we recommend that purchases be initiated after receiving a signed purchase order, and they noted a number of different situations where that wasn't the case. So we have an internal controls issue, and we saw this even just recently. We saw the work that was done by school services, where, again, we had work that was started prior to a purchase order being in place. This is a very bad practice, and it's a violation of financial controls, and we cannot continue this.
And that's not being proposed, that's not being proposed here.
Excuse me, sir. And so, and I want to make sure that the cost estimates that were put together for us this evening for 14.1, that if we're going to be charged for those, that those are coming under a different contract and a different purchase order, but they're not going to be paid against any new purchase orders here.
We have heard this same accusation 4 times, and the staff has 4 times said no, that the work that was done for 14.1 was done under a different purchase order. What's in front of us now is this contract, and I move approval.
May I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Member Grandal, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would like, Member Goodall, for you to withdraw that.
No,
because I didn't have a chance
the vote
to
are.
finish.
I'm sorry, Member Hill, we're not going back. The motion,
Okay,
there was a
that's fine.
motion, there was a
That's
second,
fine.
and we
That's fine.
voted.
That's fine. I know you guys don't believe in free speech.
That is not true. You have so much time.
Member Goodall cut me off before I was finished.
Okay, no, he did not,
Okay,
because.
at this point, President Nguyen, we do have 3 yeas and 1 no from Member Hill.
Thank you. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna keep my comments to
President
myself.
Nguyen, at this point, we are on item 12.5 through 12.10, the
Yes.
policies.
Member Hill, you have the floor.
So, again, and we brought this up in the last meeting. So, and I understand from Superintendent Triplett's report that, that he's proposing that we follow a different practice for how we handle these board policies. But the prior practice actually gave us visibility into changes that were going on. And as we talked about in the last meeting, we don't have that visibility because we don't see markups. And it would be one thing if these were purely and only CSBA language that was being put in. There's some level of assurance there. But as Ms. Waters indicated in our last meeting, staff has been making changes to these, but we don't have visibility into those changes. So we have a problem with how this process is working, and we, the board, do not have visibility into really who's putting what in, and these are our policies. And so I really think that we ought to set these aside and get this straightened out with a different process. So that's just a general comment, but there was one in particular that, that I was concerned about, and that is, hold on a second here. So it was 12.8 high school parking lots. So the recommendation is that the board rescind this policy, and the reason is that CSBA doesn't have a policy like this, basically. But as I would remind the board, just as you have federal laws and state laws and local laws, so CSBA is a state organization, they're not going to have policies that are customized at a local level. We have a policy, we have a closed campus policy for our high school. And part of the enforcement connected to that is how we monitor our high school parking lots. And so, and all of a sudden eliminating this and allowing students to get in their cars and either come in late or to leave in the middle and go somewhere and come back, I believe it's a violation of our closed campus policy, and it also is potentially a safety and a liability issue. And again, just because CSBA doesn't have that policy at the state level, we have our own policy, and I think in order to be consistent, that we ought to keep this in place and not rescind this. So I don't know if we want to deal with these different separately. Maybe we deal with this one first, 12.8. I'd like to motion that we keep this policy in place, that we not rescind it.
Did you want
President
clarification
Nguyen?
from staff?
President Nguyen, just for point of clarity with regard to the contract, the agenda. Last meeting, all items were approved under a second additional motion. If we are going to be separating them, then it would, I ask that we take an individual
That's
vote on
fine.
each item.
I am in agreement with you. We can take them individually. So we'll start with 12.8 since Member Hill started with that one.
Can we? Okay, okay. Okay, no problem.
I'd like to hear staff's response.
Ms. Pierce, do you want to clarify?
Sure, and I do appreciate bringing this up. It was not rescinded just because CSBA did not have a similar board policy. In fact, when we raised it, we realized it had not been updated since 1996. And so the first thing we did was went to the high school administration and said, please review this policy. What is our current practice? And if you notice there in the policy, it says the administration will determine exceptions to this policy, and essentially gives administration sort of full
flexibility,
autonomy to make those decisions based off of what's going on at the school. And what we found is because students are attending ROP classes as well as Ohlone classes throughout the day, that it just seemed like it was an outdated policy. That being said, they do not intend to open the campus up. They do not intend to open the parking lot up. In fact, in most cases, it still is locked throughout the day, but it is open slightly earlier for students who do have an open period towards the end of the day or do need to go to those classes. So what administration asked is, please give us the ability to kind of be flexible as we continue to update our programs. And so again, we're taking actually the school's lead in this case in making the decision to rescind. So again, not made just with the intention because CSBA doesn't have it. It really does, it was done with thoughtful intent.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce.
It's my understanding, though, that we've had fairly lax enforcement of the closed campus policy. And so I'm concerned that if at the local level, at the school level, that there's lax enforcement, even though it's a violation of our closed campus policy, that lax enforcement will quickly get extended to the high school parking lots.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm in agreement with staff that this policy should be rescinded because the current practice does not apply. And it's not to say that, once we rescind it, that we can't come up with a new high school parking lot policy. And I think that that's what we should be, looking towards doing. But the current policy as it is now is really outdated and doesn't apply with how the high school students are functioning correctly. And this would ultimately limit and cause some liability for the district. So I'd like to motion approval and take staff recommendation to rescind the board policy. May I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Student Member Torres, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. We have 3 yes and 1 no from Member Hill.
Thank you. Okay. Item 12.5. Member Hill?
So I think we can take these quickly because the rest of them are basically the same issue. I'm asking that we table the updates of these policies until we get in a process in place that allows us to have visibility into markups, particularly staff markups. So that's my request, that we table this until we have a process so that we can view the markups.
Thank you. Thank you. May I get a motion to approve policy 12.5?
I guess, is there any second for Member Hill's motion?
Point of order. There was no motion. That
Oh,
was
sorry.
there
That was a comment. He did not make a motion.
I made a motion.
Okay. Okay. Member Hill.
Sorry.
I will
Point of order. If there is a motion, Member Hill, can you please remake it?
So
to.
the motion that I'm making is that we table 12.5 until we get proper markup visibility around staff modifications.
Do we have a second? Do apologize, there is no second. May I get a motion to approve the recommended action for 12.5?
So moved.
May I get a second?
A second.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Grandel, seconded by Student Board Member Torres. How do you vote, Student Board Member?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, on to item 12.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. We got 3 yeas, 1 no from Member Hill.
Thank you.
12.6, I'm making a motion that we table this item until we have a proper process in place to have markups visible, particularly from staff.
Thank you. There is no second at this time. May I get a motion to approve item 12.6?
Point of order, is there a way I can make motion, like since the remaining issues are similar or the same, can we make a motion to approve 12.67?
No, because we went out of order.
Just because of the way Board Docs works, you can, but now it really is creating a lot of confusion in the way the agenda platform is built.
Okay. I move that we approve 12.6, policy update on industrial accident and illness leave.
Thank you. May I get a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Member Zhang and seconded by Student Board Member Torres. How do you vote, Student Board Member?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 yeas and 1 no from Member Hill.
Okay, item 12.7, Member Hill.
12.7, I'm making a motion to table this item until we have a process in place to put proper markups reflecting to staff input.
Thank you. There are no seconds at this time. May I get a motion to approve the recommended action for 12.7?
So moved.
Moved by Member Grandal. May I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Seconded by Student Board Member Torres. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, on.
3 yeas, 1 no for Member Hill.
Thank you. Item 12.9, Member Hill.
I'm making a motion to table item 12.9 until we can get a process in place to have proper visibility into markups made by staff.
Thank you. There are currently no seconds. May I get a motion to approve item 12.9 as the recommended action for 12.9?
So moved.
Thank you, Member
Second.
Grandal. Seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 3 yeas, 1 no for Member Hill.
Okay, item 12.10.
12.10, I'm moving that we table this item until we get a process in place to have visibility into staff markups.
There are no seconds at this time. May I get a motion to approve 12.10?
I motion to approve 12.10.
Thank you, Student Board Member Torres. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grandal. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Three yeas, 1 no, Member Hill.
Okay, item 12.11, 12.11, Member Hill.
I make a motion that we table item 12.11 so that we can make sure we have a process in place to view staff markups of this policy.
Thank you. There are no seconds at this time. May I get a motion to approve the recommended action on item 12.11?
I'll move approval, and I wanted to comment that the staff's approach, which is consistent with CSBA's, as was talked about in the superintendent's report, is actually more transparent and clear about what the changes are. So that's but my motion is to approve.
Thank you. May I get a second, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Grandal, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Hold on. Okay. We have 3 yeas, 1 no for Member Hill.
Thank you. On to item 16.1, Board of Education recognitions and announcements. Student Board Member Torres, do you have any announcements tonight?
No, not really. Well, tomorrow's Spirit Week, so I guess it's flannel day tomorrow, so just wear flannel, I guess. That's it.
Do we get to join you guys?
Yes, of course.
All right. Thank
There's
you.
also a coin drive too, so if you want to donate coins, it's in the office at lunch, or it's in the office most of the day, and then at lunch it's outside. So if you want to donate coins, you totally can.
Oh, donate coins. All right. What happened if we just have cash to give you?
But you can totally donate cash too, but it's like a competition between the Fremont schools, so cash actually subtracts points from the other schools.
Okay.
So if you want to if you know someone at a different school, you can totally put cash in there to subtract points.
All right. Well, I do work in Fremont, so I may have to go over there and put some. Thank you. Perfect. Member Zhang?
So hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend, and I believe next meeting we're gonna have first interim report. So that'll give us a pretty good overview about how our finances are going. And last Saturday, I believe in the morning, Lincoln Elementary has a winter wonderland. The invitation to me was too late. It was the night before, so I didn't get a chance to go. But I believe member President Wynn went there. I heard that was a very, very successful fundraising event for the Lincoln Elementary School. And lastly, obviously, this is the last meeting for Member Grindel, and enjoy working with you in the past 2 years. And I've known you before you got onto the school board through the other various nonprofit organizations that you've been involved with in the city. And I know you are still and continue to be a member of the Rotary Club, the Optimus Club, and recently the New World Educational Foundation. So hope you stay engaged and continue to volunteer your time in these nonprofit organizations serving our low-income residents and our students.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Hill?
Yeah, I want to echo Member Zhang's sentiments about hoping everybody had a good Thanksgiving, and also want to wish a welcome to our new board members who are going to be joining us in about a week and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Grindel?
I want to welcome the new board members that are coming. It's great that we're going to be you're going to be a fully staffed board. It's been a great experience working with all of you, and it's been very rewarding. And I hope that I helped make a difference, and I'll continue to be. And as Member Zhang indicated, I continue to be engaged in our community to make Newark a better place.
Thank you, Member Grindel. Also, I just wanted to appreciate the parent organization at Lincoln for organizing a wonderful holiday breakfast fundraiser. I was able to join, and they had a wonderful turnout. There was photo opportunities. There was a lot of, I guess it was an auction, a raffle, and there was breakfast served to families there, and they had a wonderful time. So I did come a little bit later, around 11, and there was still a good showing of families there, and was able to interact with the families there and talk to some of the students. So we had a wonderful time. And I just really want to appreciate Member Grindel for all of his hard work and being a positive part of our board makeup, and for really supporting our students and really listening to and advocating for what they want, and the change and the positive outcomes that have led to what we've been able to do the last couple of years despite the pandemic. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I know that you will still be with us in partnership in the community, and just wanted to wish you all the best. Thank you. And with that, on to Board of Education Committee reports. Oh, actually, I would like to also invite Member Grindel back to our board meeting on the 15th, and we'll have official recognition for him then.
I'll consider it.
You can't go just yet. Okay, on to item 16.2, Board of Education Committee reports. Member Grindel, this will be your last time reporting out on Mission Valley LRP.
There is a meeting this week, and this Thursday, I think. I've got it right. It's on my calendar, don't worry. And I'll be attending that.
Thank you. Member Zhang, anything from SELFA?
Yeah, last time I reported the SELFA meeting. I believe that was the last meeting for SELFA.
Okay, great. Anything from EBIC? Member Hill?
Nothing.
Anything from the Audit Committee?
We have an audit committee meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Nothing to report out on the Bond and Parcel Tax Committee, and then our NUSD Liaison Committee meeting from last month was postponed, so we don't have a new meeting date just yet, but it's in January. The 4th week in January. Okay, perfect. All right, Board of Education requests. Are there any requests from our student board member, Torres?
to enjoy December and to watch some great Christmas music and movies.
And
That's
the
it.
World Cup.
Yeah, and the World Cup too. Just sucks that it's like really early in the morning, but it's fine.
Member Zhang?
So roughly, I believe last month, the Department of Education in California released the official result for the CAS dashboard. I think by tradition, generally, we have a printout copy for every board member to look at. I know that's public information already, but the printout report, I still look forward to see the printout report that's broken down by ethnicity, school, students' social economic status, and see how our students have a overall picture of how they did in this year's testing. That's my request. I mean, I guess maybe we should, just like before, we'll have a future agenda to go over those results.
Okay, so you want a staff report?
Well, before, we generally, I don't know whether it's a staff report or just agenda to go over the results.
I think it's been a staff report in the past.
Okay, we can go for a staff report.
Do we have consensus? Okay, thank you.
I won't be here to read it, but I still agree.
Okay, thank you. Member Hill?
I have 3 requests. So the first request is related to marketing, and so I would like to request that we have the marketing company, I guess their name is Presidio, come in and present the approach that they're taking, and specifically how their actions are going to be tied to outcomes that we're looking for, which is improved enrollment and retention, recruitment of teachers. So that's my first request.
I can second that.
We have 3. Thank you.
Okay. The second request is, given that it is a requirement that as we are implementing APEX, that any APEX course that is offered is administered by a teacher that is credentialed in that particular course, that we get an update on the courses that we're offering and a confirmation of the teachers, the credentialed teachers that are supervising those courses.
Can you ask that question to Ms. Ingan Water next time? I don't think this needs to be agenda. I mean, you can just ask.
Well, it seemed like it was a big issue this last time.
Apologies, but I think she wasn't here to clarify, so, I think putting staff on the spot like that isn't necessarily resourceful, but if you had that general question, in regards to the agenda item, instead of, like you've normally done before, ask staff prior to the board meeting so that they can come prepared to be able to answer your questions, that would be great.
Right, and I had asked for information about that in the last meeting, and then she wasn't here.
I understood, and she isn't here this evening.
Right, so can somebody provide that information?
Is there a majority of the board here?
Eventually, she's going to be here, right? Just ask her that question.
Okay, at this point, we have no majority?
No.
For the request.
Okay.
Okay. And the last request, because I wasn't allowed to finish my issue related to Mr. Kramer's contract. So it's my understanding, so that contract is $197,000 or something like that. It's my understanding that at that level, that we need to open that up for competitive bidding. And so I don't know if Ms. De La Cruz, you can comment on at this point around whether we went through competitive bidding for Mr. Kramer's contract, or whether you need to bring back a status on that. But based on my reading of the public contracting code, it's a requirement at that level that we do competitive bidding.
Point of order, is there a request?
Yeah, so my request is either Ms. De La Cruz can let us know whether this went through a competitive bidding process, or whether they can come back at a future meeting and to describe the process that was used, because it's my understanding that at that level, that this needs to go through competitive bidding.
Well, before,
So let me restate it again. So I can just ask you right now, since you're here, did we put this scope of work through competitive bidding?
Point of order, sorry, but in order for
Okay,
discussion.
so then I'll make it really simple. I would like Ms. Dela Cruz to come back in the next meeting and describe the process for how we took this particular scope of work and put it through the proper competitive bidding requirements that are laid out by the contract code. That's my request.
so before, when I have questions with Ms. Dela Cruz, I just email the superintendent and were to schedule a 30-minute Zoom session with Dela Cruz. Generally, that solved the problem. I think this will be more suitable in that context.
No majority at this time? Okay, Member Grandel, do you have any final requests?
I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, Member Grandel. I have one request. And I apologize, Superintendent Triplett, I did not bring this up to you earlier. It just came to my mind today as I was reviewing CSBA. All the wonderful work sessions that we had at CSBA, and I would highly recommend our board members, but not just our board members, but I would like for all of our staff to be able to have, especially our executive staff, to be able to have the opportunity to go to the CSBA conference, especially since next year will be in San Francisco, and there's so many valuable workshops that within the 3 days, there's so much context that, us as a board member can't even go to all of them. We had to select the ones that we really wanted to go to and then sit in them. But there was so much information that was inspirational, impactful, and inspiring, actually. So I came back really inspired to, especially sat in on a lot of equity classes, and it really, I was, it got me. So, we're doing the wonderful work already here, but that's just one topic. There's multiple topics. There's lots of finance topics, budgeting, and then also administrative policy and everything like that. So I think it's worthwhile for all of us to be able to experience it, and then also for our board members to be there also with staff. And it's kind of like a team building. So I would really like that if we could do that for next year and make sure that we're able to budget for all staff to be able to participate. Thank you. The request is to be able to have, allow additional funding for our executive staff to attend CSBA.
Only for next year, that's going to be in San Francisco, or every year?
No, I think it changes, but last year they didn't post all of the meetings because prior to that it was COVID. So this last year during registration, we noticed, and Member Hill had pointed out that they had posted future CSBA conferences, and so I would like for us to. Okay, my request is that we make it a practice to include staff, executive staff, to be able to also attend CSBA with board members.
That's fine with me.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. And obviously our student board member too. It was great, right? Yeah. Okay, with that said, on to item 17.1. Superintendent, concluding comments, updates, and future agenda items.
Thank you, President Nguyen. Number one, I do want to appreciate President Nguyen and our two new board member elects who would join me at the conference in San Diego. I concur with what you said, President Nguyen, that it was really insightful really great opportunity to learn together and get to know each other and to engage in some really fantastic sessions. And then lastly, I think we'll have a chance to do more appreciations of Member Grindell next time, but I do want to say one now.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's right, maybe. So that's why I should say it now. Member Grindell, I just want to appreciate you on behalf of the whole district for your incredible commitment to the community, both the Newark Unified community, but then the whole Newark community. It really just, you embody what it means to be a real, true community member and a leader of a community. I want to appreciate you for, we have a norm here in Newark Unified of bringing joy to the work. And it's really something that you do. You personify that, bringing joy and humor, even in the most contentious conversations or challenges. You always bring that joy. So thank you for that. We're really going to miss that. And then just appreciate you for authentically engaging and being involved. You've been visiting many different schools with me, just been a real active board member, really the kind of board member that our district needs. And then lastly, just the profound positive impact that you've had on all of us and on the district. We know even though you're not going to be sitting there, I know you're not leaving, and then you'll continue to be engaged. And it's been an honor to work with you, and you have been instrumental in us getting so much done that has never been done before. And so thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, would you like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting? Member
Absolutely.
Grindell.
I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting.
May I get a second, please?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Member Grindell and seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Four yeas.
Meeting adjourned at 10:34 p.m.